The first thing Valyne noticed when she woke each morning was the color of the sky, not that it ever truly changed. She lay on her straw mattress and watched the faint light seep through the warped shutters of her window, a dull, perpetual dusk. The same smoky violet as yesterday, the same as every day for as long as she could remember. People claimed there had once been blue, a wide, clear blue that made your chest ache to look at it. She had never seen it outside of her grandfather's fading tapestries. The air smelled of cold flour and wood smoke and the faint iron tang of oiled weapons. The bow on the wall above her bed gleamed softly in the half-light, its polished ash-wood curve familiar as her own hand. A quiver leaned beside it, freshly fletched arrows like a bundle of pale feathers. Valyne sat up and rolled her shoulders, the old ache in her right one flaring briefly. She had taken a boar's tusk there 2 winters ago. The scar drew tight whenever the weather threatened snow, not that anyone could see clouds anymore in the close, permanent twilight. Outside, a lone rooster tried a half-hearted crow, the sound fraying off mid-call, as though even it had given up on the idea of morning. She dressed quickly, woolen leggings, rough spun shirt, leather jerkin with the laces pulled tight. She braided her dark hair back in a single rope and tied it with a strip of brown cloth. On instinct, she reached for the small wooden charm hanging from a nail by the door, an old, worn disc carved with a ring of thorns. Her father had made it, long ago, when stories of the Hollow King were still told around the hearth with the same tone reserved for storms and wolves. She hesitated, thumb resting in the familiar groove worn into the charm's surface by years of worry and prayer. Then she left it hanging and strapped on her hunting knife instead. The village of Dalewind stirred as she stepped outside. Lanterns burned along the main road, their amber light swallowed quickly by the thick twilight hanging over the world. Shapes moved in and out of the gloom, neighbors hauling water, a shepherd pushing stubborn goats toward the frost-burnt hills, the distant silhouette of the mill's broad wheel turning slowly in the river's sluggish current. Valyne walked with long, steady strides, her boots crunching the brittle layer of old frost that never seemed to melt anymore. Her breath misted in front of her, clouding the edge of her vision. "Val!" The call came from her left. She turned as Mirren Alderbrook jogged up, one hand pressed around the strap of his satchel to keep it from bouncing painfully. His fair hair caught what little light there was, making him seem almost luminous against the gray world. "You're out early," he panted, falling into step beside her. "You didn't come by the shop yesterday." "I was in the North Copse," she said.
"Checking for signs of elk. And?" Nothing. She didn't add that the silence had unnerved her. Gloamreach's border forests had always been strange, but even the strangeness was thinning now. Fewer birds, fewer tracks, fewer anything. Mirren winced. "The stores are—" "I know how low the stores are," Valyne cut in, more sharply than she meant to. She regretted it immediately when his shoulders hunched. "Sorry," he murmured. Valyne exhaled, watching her breath ghost away. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well. The council meets this morning." Mirren's gaze flicked to the longbow at her back and the knife at her side, and something complicated passed over his face. "You think they'll decide today?" he asked quietly. "They have to," Valyne said. Everyone knew what was coming. For weeks, the elders had muttered in doorways and huddled behind closed shutters. Rumors trickled out like leaks in a badly sealed roof. Too little grain left to last the winter. The river freezing sooner each year. Children born sickly, with bones like twigs and hair like cobwebs. The long night was tightening its grip. Mirren cleared his throat. "You don't have to volunteer. There are others, older men with no families left, or hunters from the Western Valley. Older men with lungs that seize in the cold," Valyne said. "Hunters who've never set foot near Gloamreach." She turned her head to look at him fully. "I know the forest. I know the old paths. If someone must go, it might as well be someone who can last more than a day." He flinched at the word, go, as if it were the same thing as die. The worst part was that it probably was. They reached the village square, if it could be called that, a packed earth clearing around an old stone well, with the council hall squatting at its center like a brooding hen. Torches burned in sconces on its walls, their light harsh and orange against the gray stone. A crowd had already gathered, wrapped in wool and leather, faces pale in the dim. Valyne felt eyes turn toward her as she approached. The Thornhallow girl, the Huntress, the one whose parents had gone into Gloamreach and never come back. Word traveled fast in a small place like Dalewind. It had already outrun her. Elder Merritt stood on the makeshift wooden platform before the hall door. His beard had gone more white than gray in the past 3 years, and his hands shook slightly as he gripped the rail. Still, his voice carried over the murmurs with practiced force. "People of Dalewind," he called, "we gather this day because we can no longer wait for mercy." The murmurs quieted. "For 100 years the long night has lain over us," Merritt went on. "Our grandparents told our parents of blue skies and golden fields and heat that made you sweat. We told our children the same stories, hoping they'd be more than tales." His mouth twisted.
"They are not." Valyne's gaze drifted beyond the square, past the thatched roofs, to the east, where the line of trees began. Gloamreach loomed there, an ink-black wall against the dim horizon. The Fey Forest. The place mothers warned their children about in the same breath as the Hollow King. "He is the cause of this," Merritt said, and the crowd shivered, as if a thin wind had scythed through them. "The cursed Fey monarch who tore the sun from our sky and trapped it behind his hollow mask. The stories differ in their details, but all agree on one point. The Hollow King must die before dawn can return." An old woman near the front crossed herself with shaking fingers. Mirren's hand tightened on his satchel strap. "There have been attempts," Merritt continued, his eyes flicking for a heartbeat toward Valyne. "Some of our bravest have entered Gloamreach. None returned. We do not know if they fell to beasts, to Fey tricks, or to the Hollow King himself. Perhaps all 3. A small, bitter sound escaped Valyne before she could swallow it down. Her parents' faces rose in her mind, her mother's freckled nose, her father's quiet laugh. They had gone to barter with the Fey for healing herbs during the first years of the long night. They had never come back either. The silence stretched, heavy and expectant. Merritt drew a breath that rattled faintly in his chest. "But we cannot sit in the shadow and wait to starve," he said. "We must send another. A hunter or warrior strong enough to reach the Hollow King's hall. Someone who will not be fooled by illusions. Someone willing to—" "I'll go." The words left Valyne's mouth before she'd fully decided to speak them. 100 heads turned in unison. Even the rooster nearby fell silent. Merritt blinked down at her from the platform. "Valyne," he said, and her name carried a dozen meanings. Child, orphan, asset, loss. "You knew I would volunteer." Valyne straightened her shoulders. "You know I'm the best choice. I've hunted near Gloamreach since I could loose an arrow. The forest doesn't frighten me." "The Hollow King is not a stag or a boar," an older man called from the crowd. "He's a creature of old magic." "So were the Fey who used to heal our sick and bless our crops," Valyne shot back. "Are we certain the stories are true? That he caused the long night?" A ripple ran through the people. Questioning the legend was nearly as shocking as volunteering. Merritt's jaw tightened. "We have the accounts from other villages," he said. "From those who lost whole harvests overnight, who watched the sky blacken as if a curtain had been drawn. We have the word of the hedge priests and the old records. I do not think all those voices lied." Valyne thought of her grandfather's tapestry, the one with the sun stitched in gold thread. He'd told her, when she was very small, that the Fey court had once been ruled by a king of light and a queen of roots, that something had gone terribly wrong, that their son, the Hollow King, had taken the curse onto himself to spare someone. The memory frayed when she tried to pull it closer. Her grandfather had died before she could ask him to repeat the story. "I'll go," she said again, quieter. "If there's even a chance I can do something, I can't stand here and watch the children's faces grow thinner." Several women near the back wiped at their eyes. A few of the men nodded grimly. Others looked away, as though watching her was the same as watching a stranger walk into their own grave. Mirren's hand brushed her elbow. When she glanced at him, his eyes were wide and wounded. "Val," he whispered, so low she barely heard. "Please don't." Merritt raised a gnarled hand for silence. "We will not force anyone," he said, "but we also will not send anyone unprepared. Valyne Thornhallow, do you truly understand what you are volunteering for?" "Yes." "You may not return." "I know," she said. "But if I stay, the long night still devours us. At least this way," she searched for words that wouldn't sound foolish, "at least this way, there's a chance." Merritt's gaze softened, the hardness cracking to show something weary and sad beneath. "Your parents would have tried to stop you." "They're not here to do it," she said. "So you'll have to, if you mean to." "I am too old to tackle a Thornhallow," he muttered, and a thin thread of laughter wound through the crowd, easing the tension by a hair. He cleared his throat. "Very well. Unless another steps forward with stronger claim or skill, I declare Valyne Thornhallow our chosen huntress." No one moved. Valyne didn't know if she wanted someone to challenge her or not. Her heart thudded against her ribs, stubborn and terrified. "The journey must begin soon," Merritt said, "before the river freezes fully and the paths vanish." His eyes swept the assembled faces. "Help her prepare." The meeting dissolved into pockets of whispering conversation. Children craned their necks for a look at her. Elders shook their heads or muttered prayers. Valyne stood still as a post until the bodies thinned enough for Mirren to grip her arm and pull her aside, toward the shelter of the well. "What are you doing?" he hissed, all his earlier hesitation burned away by fear. "Valyne, you can't actually. Gloamreach isn't safe, I know," she said, "but neither is starving." "We're not starving yet. Wait another month," she said quietly, "and tell me that again." He made a helpless sound and pressed his free hand to his face. The fingers were ink-stained and calloused from grinding roots and scribbling notes for his master. The herbalist's cottage on the village's edge was cluttered with dried plants and crumbling scrolls. Mirren had always preferred books to bows. "I have something for you," he said abruptly. "Come." He led her away from the square, down a narrow side lane between dwellings. Smoke curled from low chimneys. Someone's baby wailed. A dog barked, then yelped when shushed. Everything felt sharpened now, as though the edges of the world had been honed in anticipation of losing her. The herbalist's cottage was warmer inside than the rest of the village, thanks to the constantly burning hearth and the steam rising from kettles. It smelled of rosemary and damp parchment and a deep earth scent that clung to the back of the throat. Mirren's master was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had gone to the meeting. Mirren shut the door and went straight to the back shelf, where jars lined up in careful rows. He plucked 3 small vials and a cloth-wrapped bundle, then turned to her, expression tight with purpose. "Here," he said, setting them on the scarred table. "Nightroot tincture. It slows the heart in case of fever or panic. Only 3 drops at a time. This," he tapped the second vial, "is quicksilver dew, diluted. If you get wounded, pour it over the cut and bind it. No more than half a vial at once, or it might make you faint." "And the third?" Valyne asked. He hesitated. "Shadowbane," he said at last. "The hedge priest in Firmere sent a recipe last year. It's supposed to ward off old things, spirits, curses. I don't know if it works." "It can't hurt," she said. "That's not strictly true," Mirren muttered, "because if you drink too much, your stomach might—" He stopped himself and shook his head. "No, you're right. It can't hurt more than what you're walking into." She opened the cloth bundle. Inside lay a set of dried leaves and a small blue-streaked stone drilled through the center and threaded on a leather cord. "The leaves?" she prompted. "Moonleaf," he said. "Steep one in hot water if you need to clear your mind. It helps with fear, sometimes." He lifted the stone. His fingers trembled. "And this, well, it's not magic, just something my mother gave me when I came here as an apprentice. She said it reminded her that even small lights are still lights." The stone was smooth and cool in Valyne's palm. The white in it was so pale as to be almost colorless, the blue faint and thin as veins. She wasn't sure what to say. "Myron, take it," he said. "Please, humor me." She slipped the cord over her head. The stone settled against her collarbone, unexpectedly heavy for its size. "Thank you," she said, "for all of it." His eyes shone, but the tears didn't fall. "I know I can't stop you," he said.
"I've known since we were 10, and you climbed the old watchtower because someone said it might collapse. You're the sort of person who walks toward danger because other people cannot. That's not—" "Don't argue," he said, managing a faint smile. "Let me pretend I'm wise and not terrified." She huffed out a laugh that felt half like a sob. "You're the wisest person I know. Then listen to me when I say this. Do not trust anything you see in Gloamreach that speaks in your parents' voices." The words struck her like a blow. "Why would you say that?" "Because the old tales talk of glamour," he said, "of illusions the Fae weave from memory and longing. If the Hollow King is what they say he is, or even if he's something else, something older, it's likely he can call up ghosts you'd rather follow than resist." Valyne swallowed. "I know they're gone, Mirren." "Knowing and seeing are different," he said gently. "Promise me you'll remember that when the forest whispers at you." She didn't want to promise. Promising made it real in a way that volunteering in front of the village hadn't. But she saw the brittle desperation in his face, the way he needed something from her, some small tether. "I promise," she said. He let out a slow, shaky breath. "Good. Then I'll stop hovering like a nervous aunt and let you pack." "Hovering suits you," she said. He rolled his eyes. "Get out, Thornhallow, before I change my mind and tell Merritt I've discovered a rare and sudden illness that keeps you from traveling." "I'd fight you," she said lightly. "I know." His voice was quiet. "You'd win." When she stepped back outside, the air felt colder. The village felt smaller. A raven watched from the crosspost of a roof, glossy feathers ruffled against the chill. It cocked its head as if marking her. She spent the rest of the morning preparing. At home, she packed dried meat and hard cheese and rough bread, a tarred cloak, flint and steel, extra bowstrings. She sharpened her knife until it could slice hair. Every motion had a surreal quality, as if she were watching herself from a distance, the girl who was going to kill a legend. By the time the bell on the council hall rang again, summoning her to set out, her hands were steady. The whole village turned out to see her off. Torches ringed the square, casting unsteady light on familiar faces. Merritt pressed a rough map into her hands, lines inked to show the known paths closest to Gloamreach's edge. Most stopped abruptly at the forest's dark line, as if whoever had held the quill had simply decided they did not wish to imagine further. "Follow the old marker stones," Merritt said, his voice rough. "They should lead you to the eastern glades. The stories say the Hollow King's Hall lies beyond a ravine filled with dead roots. If you—" He faltered, then straightened. "If you reach it, remember why you went." "I will," Valyne said. Children came forward with small offerings, a strip of colored cloth, a carved wooden bird, a sprig of dried heather. She accepted them all, tucking them into her pack, feeling the weight of their hope settle on her shoulders along with the straps. Murren hugged her briefly, fiercely, then stepped back, jaw clenched. "Come back," he said. "I'll try." "No, that," he shook his head. "Don't make promises you can't keep. Just do your best to survive. That's all I ask." She almost said, "I'll bring the dawn back." It sounded too dramatic in her own head, too much like a story. Instead, she simply nodded and turned east. The path to Gloamreach was one she had walked many times before, though never with so many eyes on her back. The houses thinned and gave way to frost-dulled fields, then to stony ground dotted with scrub. The air grew colder with each step, but it wasn't the kind of cold she knew. This was a stillness that seemed to creep under the skin, slowing her thoughts, making even her breaths feel heavy. After a while, the sounds of the village faded, the faint clatter of wagon wheels, the lowing of cattle, the babble of human voices. All fell away, swallowed by the hush that lay between the outer world and the Feywood. Valyne paused at the last boundary marker, an old stone half buried in the earth, carved with a spiral and a thorn. Her father had once put her hand on this stone and said, "Everything past here belongs to them. Be respectful or don't go at all." She pressed her palm to the weathered surface now. It was colder than the air, as if it remembered winters deeper than any she'd seen. "I come as a hunter," she murmured, not sure who she was speaking to. "But I won't kill needlessly. If I can end this without more blood, I will." The stone gave no answer. Past it, the trees rose. Gloamreach did not look like an ordinary forest. Its trunks were too tall, too straight, their bark a near black gray that drank the light. Silvery moss hung from the branches in long strands, motionless despite the faint breeze at Valyne's back. The spaces between the trees were filled with a kind of gloaming haze, neither fog nor shadow, shifting just enough to make it impossible to gauge distance. She stepped under the first branch and felt a subtle pressure, like walking through a curtain of cobwebs spun from cold instead of silk. The hairs on her arms stood up. The light dimmed further, though no clouds moved overhead. "You can still turn back," a thin voice inside her whispered. She adjusted the bow on her shoulder and walked deeper. At first, the only sounds were those she made herself, the crunch of frost beneath her boots, the quiet rustle of her cloak. Then, slowly, the forest offered up its own. A distant drip of water. The creak of a bough shifting far above. Once, the faint, rapid scuttle of something small fleeing her path. No birdsong, no wind. The silence between noises was so complete that each sound felt like dropping a stone into a bottomless well. Valyne kept her hand near her knife and her eyes moving. Mirren's warning gnawed at the back of her mind. Do not trust anything you see that speaks in your parents' voices. She had not heard their voices in years. Sometimes she caught echoes in her memory, a laugh on the edge of sleep, a phrase when she was about to do something reckless. She had never wished more fiercely that those echoes would stay buried. Time became hard to measure in the forest. With no shifting sun to mark the hours, and with the light inside Gloamreach fixed in a murky half-shade, she could only count her steps and the tightness in her muscles. When fatigue began to make the edges of her vision blur, she found a hollow between the roots of an immense tree and crouched there, pulling her cloak around herself. She chewed a strip of dried meat mechanically, listening. The forest listened back. A faint whisper brushed her ear. She tensed, hand flying to her knife, but it was only the sigh of her own breath catching on the rough bark. She almost laughed at herself. Then she heard it again, this time from the other side. Valyne. Her name, spoken in a voice she knew. She froze. The strip of meat went tasteless in her mouth. "Valyne, love, what are you doing so far from home?" Her mother's voice. It wrapped around her like the memory of a summer blanket, soft and warm, except there had never been summer blankets in her lifetime. Slowly, against every instinct honed by training and common sense, Valyne turned her head. A figure stood between two trees. Shorter than Valyne, with hair braided in the old village style, gray at the temples. Her mother's face, exactly as it had been the day she left for the forest years ago. Brown eyes crinkled at the corners, that small, knowing smile. Valyne's heart lurched and then hammered, each beat painful. Her fingers dug into her palms until her nails bit skin. "No," she whispered, "you're not real." The vision tilted her head. "Of course I'm real. You're cold and tired and thinking of home. Your mind called me." "My mind knows you're buried on the hill beyond the south field," Valyne snapped, forcing anger into her voice because it was easier than grief. "Go away." "Is that how you speak to your mother?" the illusory woman tsked, stepping closer. Her feet left no marks in the frost. "You always were stubborn. Even more so now, it seems. What are you doing here, child?" Valyne's throat clenched around the word child. "Trying to end this." The voice gentled. "You think you can defeat the Hollow King when even the elders and warriors of your village could not?"
Valyne, you're alone. You're afraid. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. "You're wrong," Valyne said. Her pulse thudded behind her eyes, making her vision pulse. "I'm not alone. The village stands behind me." "Do they?" The figure's eyes darkened, the warmth in them cooling to something like pity. Or did they simply send the girl who lost everything already, knowing no one would miss her if she failed? The words were calculated, sharp as barbs. Valyne recognized the shape of her own fears in them and clenched her jaw. "Murren miss me," she said, "and my parents did not send me. They died trying to help. They would have come themselves if the council had allowed it." The Not Mother smiled again. "Always so noble, you Thornhallows, so willing to throw yourselves into the jaws of monsters." "Get out of my head," Valyne snarled. "Why?" the figure asked softly. "When I can show you a way home. There's still time to turn back, to live. You don't even know if the Hollow King is here. Perhaps he will never find you, or you him. You'll wander until you break. Is that the fate you want?" A tremor went through Valyne. The forest pressed closer, the trees leaning with intent. She could feel the pull of the illusion, the way it offered her a way out of the path she had chosen. Come home, come back, let someone else die for this. Murren's voice rose in her memory, clear as if he stood at her shoulder. "Promise me you'll remember." She dug her nails deeper into her palms, welcoming the sting of pain, real and sharp and hers. "My mother told me once," Valyne said slowly, "that if she ever tried to keep me from doing what I believed was right, it would mean she'd hit her head and I should go fetch Murren to check her skull." The figure's smile froze. A faint ripple ran beneath the illusion's skin, like wind across a pond. "She would never say that," the Not Mother replied. "How unpleasant." "She did," Valyne said. "The summer I refused to move from the barn roof because Rena dared me to stay until dusk. She called me rock-headed and then made that joke. You didn't know that, because you're not her." The illusion's eyes went very dark then, the brown shading into shadow. For an instant, Valyne thought she saw something else looking out of that familiar face, something hollow and hungry. "Very well, little Huntress," it said, and the voice was wrong, no longer her mother's, but a layered whisper, like many voices speaking at once. "Keep walking, we will speak again." The figure dissolved, collapsing into a curl of smoke that sank into the frost and vanished. Valyne's entire body shook. She realized she had been holding her breath and let it out in a ragged, gasping sigh. Her hands hurt. When she opened them, crescent marks of blood stood on her palms. "Thank you, Mirren," she whispered, flexing her fingers. "You were right." The forest seemed to watch her with new interest. She could feel it now. A subtle awareness, like standing in a room full of people who had been pretending to be statues. Something here had taken note of her refusal. Good, she thought savagely. Let it notice. Let it see that she won't be led by a leash of old grief. She rose, bracing a hand on the tree's rough bark, and continued forward. The deeper she went, the stranger the landscape became. Roots twisted up from the ground in tangled knuckles, forcing her to step carefully. The trunks grew closer together, their branches knitting into a canopy that blocked what little light there was. Bioluminescent fungi bloomed pale on fallen logs, casting a ghostly glow. At one point, she came upon a circle of stones half overgrown with moss. The air within the ring felt warmer, and the faint smell of something sweet, honeysuckle, hung there, incongruous in the bleak chill. A small animal track crossed the circle's inward edge and simply stopped. Valyne's instincts prickled. She circled wide, giving the stones a wide berth, and did not look back. Eventually, the ground began to slope downward. The soil grew damp, her boots sinking with a quiet squelch. The air took on the sharp scent of iron and old leaves. She could hear water, faint and irregular, like breathing. She stepped through a curtain of drooping moss and found herself at the edge of a ravine. It yawned before her, a deep gash in the earth choked with the tangled bones of dead trees. Their roots jutted up like ribs, pale and sharp. A thin stream trickled along the bottom, black and sluggish. Mist hovered over it, glowing faintly with a cold light. Her breath caught. Merritt had mentioned a ravine filled with dead roots. Beyond it, the legend said, lay the Hollow King's domain. "So I've made it this far," she murmured. Her voice came back to her from the ravine in a dozen warped echoes. Made it. It. Far, far, far. The hair on the back of her neck rose. She scanned the ravine's edge for a way down or around. The sides were steep, slick with moss and mud. A misstep would send her tumbling into the tangle below. Even if she survived the fall, climbing out would be difficult. As she walked along the rim, searching, she noticed something else. Faint, pale marks carved into certain stones. Spirals, lines, and circles, repeated in sequence. Fey sigils, if her grandfather's stories were accurate. A ward, perhaps, or a boundary. Either way, she would have to cross it. She finally found a narrow section where the dead tree's roots twisted together across the gap, forming something like a natural bridge. It did not look particularly sturdy. Valyne stood still for a long moment, examining it. Her hunter's mind catalogued details. The thickness of the roots, the distance, the dripping mist below. No wind, she thought. That helps. But if the bark is slick... She slung her bow diagonally across her back so her hands were free. Then, slowly, she stepped onto the roots. They flexed slightly under her weight, creaking. She moved with the same care she used on ice-thin lake in early winter, distributing her weight, testing every foothold. The ravine yawned on either side, the mist below swirling. Halfway across, a voice drifted up from the depths. "Valyne Thornhallow," it sighed. "You walk where no mortal has walked in 100 years." She froze. The voice was not her mother's, nor her father's. It was not Mirren's or Merritt's or anyone she knew. It was layered, old. It felt like frost on bone and the echo of a distant drum. She swallowed, heart pounding. "Then perhaps it's time someone did," she said, forcing her voice not to tremble. A low, amused sound rolled up from below. "Brave or foolish?" "Maybe both," she said. "Your kind usually turn back at the first whisper," the voice murmured. "You did not. Why?" "Because my village is dying," she said. Her fingers tightened on the roots. "Because children who have never seen the sun are coughing up blood. Because my parents walked into this forest and never came back, and I need to know why." Silence.
When the voice returned, there was something like curiosity in it. "You seek the Hollow King." "Yes. He is not what you think." "Stories rarely are," she said. "But if he stands between my people and the dawn, I'll still face him." "Will you kill him?" The voice coiled around the question like mist. "Even if you find him bound and bleeding? Even if you find him fighting the same darkness that gnaws at your world?" The roots shifted beneath her boots. She stifled a gasp. "That's an oddly specific speculation," she managed. "You did not answer." She thought of the image she'd carried in her mind for years, the Hollow King as a faceless monster with empty eyes and a crown of thorns, standing over her parents' broken bodies. She thought of the illusion in the tree hollow wearing her mother's face. She thought of Mirren's stone warm against her collarbone. "I'll see the truth first," she said quietly. "Then I'll decide." The voice laughed softly, a sound like dry leaves. "We shall see." The roots settled, as if some tension had eased. Valyne did not wait for another chance to doubt. She crossed the remaining distance as quickly as she dared, and stepped off onto solid ground. On the far side, the air changed. It felt heavier, not in the way of an impending storm, but like stepping into a room where someone had been crying. A subtle density, a lingering sorrow. Yet beneath that, a thread of something else, something like stubbornness. Ahead, the trees parted slightly, forming a narrow path. Pale, ghostly lights glimmered along its edges, tiny orbs hovering at knee-height, bobbing gently. Wisps, she thought. The old Kales called them that. Spirits of light that led travelers astray, or, in rarer stories, guided the worthy to where they needed to go. One drifted closer to her boot, bobbing inquisitively. It cast no heat, only a soft radiance that turned the nearby frost to glimmering crystals. "If you're here to lure me into a bog," she muttered, "you'll have to be more creative than that." The wisps bobbed again and then floated forward along the path, pausing after a few yards, as if waiting. Valyne narrowed her eyes. "Are you leading me?" she asked. It pulsed faintly in response. "Of course you are," she said under her breath. "Why wouldn't a strange light in a cursed forest offer to show me the way?" Still, the path ahead was clearer than anything she could see beyond the glimmering orbs, and she had crossed the ravine. Turning back now would mean facing whatever watched from below. Valyne adjusted her pack, set her shoulders, and followed the light. As she walked, more wisps appeared, forming a loose procession. The path wound between ancient trees whose trunks were carved with deep, swirling sigils. Some markings glowed faintly as she passed, as if reacting to her presence. The air thrummed with a subtle vibration that she felt more than heard. The sense of being watched intensified, but not with malice. It was more like the collective attention of a forest full of eyes, curious about the intruder in their midst. At last, the path opened out into a clearing. Valyne stopped dead. Before her rose a hall. It was not like the timber halls of Dalewind. This one grew out of the forest itself. Massive trees curved together, their trunks twisting into archways and their branches latticed into a vaulted roof. Between them, walls of interwoven roots formed patterns that put any tapestry to shame. Pale fungi and tiny flowers glowed in the seams, casting a soft, eerie light. The ground before the hall was bare, save for a scattering of pale stones arranged in concentric circles. At the center of those circles stood a figure. For a heartbeat, Valyne thought the Hollow King might be a statue. He was still as stone, tall and austere, wrapped in armor that seemed grown rather than forged. Bone-pale plates interlocked with strands of living root, tracing the lines of his body. A long cloak of shadowed leaves fell from his shoulders, pooling around his feet. His face was covered by a mask carved from dark wood. It was smooth, featureless, save for two hollow eyes and a suggestion of a mouth. From the crown of the mask, thorned branches spread like a coral of antlers. The wisps floated forward, circling him like stars. Valyne's hand went to her bow. The figure moved. Not much, just a straightening, a lifting of the head, but it was enough to confirm he was alive. When he spoke, his voice was low and rough, as if unused for too long. It carried easily across the clearing. "A mortal," he said, "walking my thresholds without permission." Valyne's fingers closed around an arrow. "Hollow King," she said, and the title tasted like ash on her tongue. He tilted his head, considering her with those empty wooden eyes. "Usually they send soldiers," he remarked, "or priests. Once a would-be hero who wore too much steel and not enough sense." A pause. "You are neither." "I'm a huntress," Valyne said. She forced her voice to remain steady. "From Dalewind." "One of the river villages," he murmured. "It still stands, then." Something like relief softened the last word. "I had wondered." "You know of us?" she said, thrown. "I know of all the border villages," he said. "I listen when your bells ring in fear. I hear your songs when you are not too exhausted to sing them." He shifted his weight, the bone-root armor creaking faintly. "What brings you here, Valyne Thornhallow of Dalewind?" The sound of her full name in his mouth made her shiver. "You know my name?" "I know all the names spoken within the forest's hearing," he said simply. "The trees are generous with their gossip." Valyne swallowed. "Then you know why I've come." The hollow eyes were unreadable. "Enlighten me." "My people are starving," she said. "The long night is killing us. We can't grow enough crops. We can't keep our children warm. We've lost too many already. The elders say—" She caught herself before she spat "elders say" like a curse. "The stories say you're the cause, that you stole the sun. That your death will bring dawn back." He listened without interrupting. If her words stung, his posture did not show it. "And so you came to kill me?" he said. The air between them felt suddenly thinner, like parchment stretched too tight. Valyne's hand tightened on the bow. "I came to see if the stories are true. If they are, yes." The Hollow King was silent for a long moment. The mist-wreathed clearing held its breath. The tiny lights swayed, their glow pulsing softly. Then, to her utter shock, he laughed. It was not a cruel laugh or mocking. It sounded tired. That was the first thing she thought. Tired and slightly bitter, threaded with a humor that had long ago stopped expecting kindness. "So it begins again?" he said quietly, almost to himself. "Even after all this time?" Valyne didn't lower her bow. "After all what time?" He turned away from her, looking toward the dense trees at the clearing's edge, as if the answer lay somewhere beyond them. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. The dryness remained, but beneath it lay something heavier, a weariness that seemed to seep from his bones. "The long night is 100 years old by your reckoning," he said. "You count its start from the day the sky dimmed and your crops failed. That is when the symptoms surfaced. The illness began long before." She frowned. "Illness?" He looked back at her. In the hollow eye-holes of the mask, something shifted, a faint glimmer, like distant starlight choked by fog. "Tell me, little huntress," he said softly, "in your journey here, did the forest speak to you with familiar voices?" Her heart stuttered. "Yes," she said, before she could decide whether to lie. "It tried to wear my mother's face." "And you refused it," he said. "Good." "Good?" she echoed. "You allowed that? You call that good?" "I did not allow it," he said, with a flash of something like anger. "It was not my doing. I have less authority than I once did." "Because of the long night," she said, "because of whatever's causing it." He inclined his head in a small, weary nod. "Because of the hollowing." The word was familiar. Murren had used it when he spoke of magic and its costs. Her skin prickled. "What is it?" she asked. "An old mistake," he said, and for the first time she heard true bitterness in his voice. "A shadow of hunger that should have died with the first age. It feeds on light and memory and fear. It tried to devour the courts of Fae and mortal alike. I bound it to myself to keep it from your world." Valyne stared at him. "You expect me to believe that you cursed the world to dusk to protect us?" "I did not curse the world," he sharply. The bone-root armor at his shoulders trembled, as if something strained against it from beneath. "The long night is fallout, a side effect of its imprisonment. The hollowing hates light. It eats at it wherever it can. I have held it here, in Gloamreach, and kept it from devouring what remains of the day beyond these trees. But I am not strong enough to stop all its seepage." She shook her head slowly. This was not the story she'd been told. Heroes and monsters, cause and effect. Not a weary king claiming to be a dam against a flood. "If that's true," she said, "why didn't you tell us? Send word, ask for help." He looked at her for a long time, as if weighing whether she could grasp the answer. When he spoke, his voice had gone very soft. "I did," he said, "a long time ago. We sent envoys to your courts, to your witches and your priests. We asked for cooperation, ritual, resonance, mortals who might share the burden. We were told that your people feared a magic they could not control, that you would rather cling to your thin daylight and pretend the shadow did not exist than risk touching it." Valyne's chest ached. "We didn't know, not in Dalewind." "Few know now," he said. "Most who might have told you are dead. Others chose silence in the face of your fear." His head tilted, the mask catching the faint light. "When the first hunters came into Gloamreach seeking my death, I thought perhaps I deserved their hatred. That perhaps if they killed me, the hollowing would die too." His hands flexed at his sides, bone armor creaking. It did not. Valyne's grip loosened on her bow, almost imperceptibly. "You're saying people have tried to kill you before, and failed." "I am hard to kill," he said. "For now. The hollowing keeps me alive because I am a convenient vessel. It would rather control me than be unmoored. But my strength wanes. The long night grows stronger with each passing year. We are running out of time." He took a step toward her. Valyne's muscles tensed, but the move was slow, almost hesitant. "You came to end this," he said. "Perhaps you still can. Just not in the way you expected." She looked at him, at the bone armor, the wooden mask, the antler thorns, at the way his shoulders slumped slightly beneath their weight, at the way the wisps hovered around him, not like prison lights, but like small, loyal creatures orbiting a familiar presence. "My people think killing you will bring the sun back," she said. "I know," he replied. "I have heard that story told 100 ways, with 100 names for me. I do not blame them. It is easier to imagine a single villain than a poisoned river." Valyne lowered her bow. It was not a decision made in a single moment, but a culmination of everything she had seen since stepping under the first branch of Gloamreach. The illusion wearing her mother's face, the voice in the ravine, the wisps and the carved sigils, and the way the forest had watched her with something closer to desperation than malice. "If I go back without killing you," she said, "they will say I failed. They will say I betrayed them." His head inclined. "Then do not go back yet." She huffed a breath that might have been a laugh if it hadn't come out so brittle. "You say that as if wandering around a cursed forest with a Fey King bound to some ancient parasite is a reasonable alternative." "It is not reasonable," he said. "It is necessary." He paused. "We have searched for a century for a mortal whose life force might resonate with mine strongly enough to siphon the hollowing away, without killing them or me." The last words were dry. "Most died before we could test anything. Others could not bear to face what is bound to me." A cold suspicion crawled up her spine. "And you think I?" "I do not think," he said. "The forest thinks. It brought you here. It lets you pass the ravine. It lets you refuse the hollowing's first touch. That should not be possible for an ordinary mortal. You should have succumbed to the illusion, but you did not." "So now what?" she asked. "You keep me here as a tether?"
"A battery?" The word tasted strange in her mouth, a bit of Mern's technical vocabulary slipping out. "A partner," he said. She flinched. "That implies choice." He inclined his head. "I will not force you, Valyne Thornhallow. I could not, even if I wished to. The resonance has to be willing. Or it will kill you." She stared at him, words catching in her throat. The path she had envisioned for herself, go into Gloamreach, find the Hollow King, drive an arrow through his heart, and hope the sky split open, crumbled like old char. In its place lay a different road, narrower, unclear, lined with risks she did not yet understand. Behind her, her village's thin, pale faces waited. Before her, the Hollow King stood in his living hall of trees, shadow whispering at the edges of his armor. She had never been one to turn away from a cliff's edge if there was even a whisper of a bridge beyond it. Valyne took a slow breath, feeling it travel all the way down to the stone against her collarbone. "Then start by telling me everything," she said, "about this hollowing, about what you've done to hold it back, about what resonance really means. If I'm going to let you tie my life to yours, I'm not doing it blind." The Hollow King went very still. Then, slowly, he bowed. Not a mocking gesture, or the stiff dip nobles sometimes made in old stories, but a small, deliberate lowering of his head and shoulders, as though acknowledging something fragile and important. "As you wish," he said quietly. "Come inside, Valyne of Dalewind. There is much to tell, and very little time left to tell it." She stepped into the clearing fully, past the last of the pale stone circles, toward the hall grown from the bones of Gloamreach, and the Fey King who was not the monster she had expected. The long night pressed close around them both, listening. The air inside the Hollow King's hall smelled of earth and rain that had never quite fallen. Valyne stepped across the threshold with her shoulders tense and her bow still slung across her back, every instinct warning her that this was a place where nothing obeyed the rules she knew. The roots that braided the doorway brushed against her cloak as she passed, rough and cool, like fingers checking a stranger for hidden blades. Beyond, the hall opened into a high, vaulted space. Living pillars of wood and bone rose to support a ceiling woven from interlocking branches. Thin slits between them let in the faint twilight, but most of the light came from elsewhere. Fungi blooming along the walls, soft orbs hovering near the rafters, thin strands of luminescent moss draped from beams like ghostly banners. She heard water, the faint trickle of a stream, and the murmur of leaves, though no breeze stirred. The Hollow King walked ahead of her, his cloak of shadowed leaves trailing faintly across the packed earth. The wisps that had guided her here floated around him like a small, silent retinue. "You can drop your hand from your knife," he said, without turning.
If I meant to harm you, you would not have reached the threshold." "You say that as if it's comforting," Valyne muttered, but her fingers loosened, if only because holding herself ready for attack had begun to cramp her hand. He led her to a long, low stone basin recessed into the floor. Water filled it to the lip, perfectly still. Above it, the roots arched downward, forming a kind of canopy. Tiny blue-white flowers bloomed along them, their petals folded inward. "Sit," he said, gesturing to the smooth stone edge. "You've walked far. Your legs will thank you." "I'd rather stand." "Then stand," he replied. "Stubbornness is not inherently a flaw. It is simply inconvenient." She eyed him, then the basin, then her own boots. Her legs did ache. The journey through Gloamreach had been longer than it felt. The forest twisted distances. If she fell over in front of him in a faint, it would be a poor start to any arrangement. She sat. The stone was cold through her leggings, but in a grounding way. She set her pack beside her and kept her back straight, resisting the urge to square her shoulders like a child pretending to be taller. The Hollow King removed his gauntlets. Valyne watched in spite of herself. The bone-root armor unlatched with soft, organic clicks, and he slid his hands free. His skin was paler than hers, with a faint, silvery tone that caught the hall's strange light. Blue-gray lines like roots or veins traced the backs of his hands, converging at the base of each finger. They looked almost human. She remembered sharply that he had once been a child to someone, a son. She didn't know why that thought unsettled her more than anything he'd said. He knelt opposite her, on the other side of the basin. The mask never moved, but she felt his attention like a touch. "This is an echo pool," he said. "It reflects more than faces. It answers questions. If you are to hear about the hollowing, perhaps it should speak too." "I thought you were going to tell me everything," she said. "I am," he replied. "But mortals trust their eyes more than their ears. When possible, I oblige them." He reached out and touched the surface of the water with 2 fingers. It broke in a ripple, ring widening, spreading. The flowers overhead stirred for the first time, their petals unfurling slightly, shedding faint grains of light that drifted down like dust motes. Valyne leaned forward, despite herself. "Watch," the Hollow King murmured. The water stilled. Then images blossomed on its surface, faint at first, like reflections seen through mist. She saw a forest like Gloamreach, but brighter, greener, the trees laughing with birds and rustling leaves. Sunlight slanted in golden shafts. Valyne leaned forward, despite herself. "Watch," the Hollow King murmured. The water stilled. Then images blossomed on its surface, faint at first, like reflections seen through mist. She saw a forest like Gloamreach, but brighter, greener, the trees laughing with birds and rustling leaves. Sunlight slanted in golden shafts. Fey figures moved among the trunks, some winged, some crowned with flowers, some cloaked in moss. They smiled, their eyes bright, their gestures graceful. The air around them shimmered with magic like heat. "This was before," the Hollow King said quietly, "when the courts of Fey and mortal had uneasy peace, trade, occasional kindness." The image shifted. A fissure opened in the soil of that bright forest, narrow at first, then widening. Dark vapor poured out, coiling upward like smoke from a pyre. Where it touched leaves, they withered. Where it brushed light, shadows gathered, clinging stubbornly. The Fey drew back, their faces twisting in horror. Valyne's stomach clenched. The
"Hollowing," she whispered. "Not yet," he said. "At first it was simply absence, the place where joy had burned away, the energy of grief and fear left behind by old wars and older betrayals, neglected, unhealed. It thickened, it grew heavy. On the water, the dark vapor condensed, forming a swirling knot like a storm cloud given substance. It pulsed, and the ground under it cracked further. Faint whispers bled through the water's surface, too quiet for Valyne to make out the words, but the tone made her skin crawl. Coaxing, coaxing, coaxing. Then she saw someone step forward to face it. A fey figure with no mask, crownless, his features sharp and strong. His hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes were alight with a fierce, unguarded determination. A familiar line of jaw, a familiar height. "Orindor," she breathed. "Once," he said. On the water, the younger Orindor raised his hands, sigils of light forming between them. Lines of energy arced toward the dark knot, circling it, tightening. He spoke. Valyne could see his mouth move, though she could not hear. The knot writhed. Another figure appeared beside him, a woman with roots braided through her hair and a mantle of leaves across her shoulders. Lyravel, perhaps, though younger. They wove spells together, their magic twining, pressing the darkness into a smaller and smaller space. "It should have dispersed," the Hollow King said. "If we had withdrawn our power, if we had let it rage and burn itself out, it might have. But I was young, proud. I could not bear to watch it ravage what I knew. I thought I could contain it, bind it." On the water, Orindor stepped closer to the knot. It lunged. Darkness leaped like water breaking a dam, wrapping around him, seeping into his skin, his eyes, his mouth. The light sigils shattered. Lyravel reached for him, but a wave of shadow knocked her back. Valyne's hands clenched on the stone edge. "Why would you?" "Because I believed I could bear what others could not. Because I believed my will was stronger than the shadows. Because I imagined sacrifice would cleanse me of my own guilt." The image shifted again.
Orindor stood in a great hall, not the living one they occupied, but something older, more ornate, built from carved stone and hammered silver. A court of fey surrounded him, their eyes wary. He wore a crown then, smooth and bright. No mask, no bone-root armor. Above him, the first filaments of the long night stretched across the sky. "The hollowing and I wrestled," he said. "I pushed it down. It clawed its way up. Every time I faltered, the dusk crept further. On the water, scenes flickered. Villages dimming under unusual clouds. Mortals looking up, confused. Fey watching their own lights gutter. Orindor's face grew more gaunt, his eyes shadowed. Each spell he cast seemed to cost him more. The hall behind him crumbled, stone splitting, tapestries rotting. Fey courtiers faded, departed, or fell. The crown in his hands cracked. "Eventually," he said, "I realized I could not rule a court and cage a monster. Something had to give." On the water, Orindor walked alone into a deeper forest, trees closing behind him. He bound himself with living wood and bone. The mask grew over his face, the antler thorns twining. Around him, ancient sigils flared, wards and bindings and chosen chains. "I made myself a prison," he said, "for both of us. Gloamreach thickened, fed by the hollowing's hatred of light. But I kept it here. Your skies dimmed, but did not go black." Valyne swallowed hard. The enormity of what he claimed pressed at her. A century of dusk, because he held a worse darkness at bay. "And now?" she asked. The water stilled. The images faded, leaving only her reflection beside his, the mask hollow-eyed and her own face pale. "Now I am tired," he said. "The hollowing grows more cunning. It learns from each mortal it touches. It probes the bindings. When I use magic, it drinks. When I sleep, It whispers, "I am winning fewer battles." "And the resonance?" she asked, remembering the word, the way he'd said partner. "What does that mean?" "Magic is not its own source," he replied. "It draws from life, emotion, connection. The hollowing devours all that, but resonance can redirect the flow, create a circuit that loops through more than one soul. If I can connect my life force to another, balanced and willing, the hollowing's hunger can be pulled through me and into them, where it weakens, diluted by their different nature, like pouring poison into 2 cups instead of 1. "That sounds fatal," she said. "It is," he said, "if the second cup is too small, if the mortal cannot hold the strain. We tried carefully at first, with volunteers from your side and mine. The few who might have matched, none survived long enough to make a difference. The hollowing resisted every bond, tearing it apart, until recently, when it did not." Valyne's skin prickled. "Recently?" "When you entered the forest," he said simply.
"When you refused its first illusion. When you crossed the ravine and the wards did not push you back. The trees felt the alignment. They whispered. The echo pools reflected." He gestured lightly at the basin. "The hollowing knows it too. It can taste potential. That is why it wore your mother's face." A sick heat crawled up Valyne's throat. Murren's warning, her own promise. "It wanted me to turn back," she said. "Yes," Orindor murmured, "because you can threaten it, not with blades, with balance." "And if we try this resonance and fail," she asked, "what happens?" "Many unpleasant things," he said, with a grim kind of honesty she appreciated, even as it tightened her chest. "You could die, I could die, we could both die. The hollowing could use the bond to escape its cage entirely and run loose through your world. Or, if we succeed, it might weaken enough to be severed from me and bound elsewhere, dissolved. We do not know. No one has attempted a bond with a mortal this strong in generations." She exhaled, slow. The risk loomed before her like another ravine, deeper than the first. Yet the alternative, doing nothing, might be worse. 100 more years of dusk, 1,000. The hollowing growing until even Orindor's failing strength was not needed. It would walk on its own. "Then we need better odds," she said. "More knowledge, some way to tip the balance." "Yes," he agreed. "That is why we must go to the Heartwood Shrine." She blinked. "The what?" "An old place," came a new voice from behind her. "Older than kings who think too highly of their own martyrdom." Valyne half turned, hand flying to her knife, only to freeze when she saw the woman standing in the shadow of a pillar. She was tall, with skin like old bark and hair the color of riverweed, braided with bits of stone and bone. A mantle of leaves draped over her shoulders, green on one side, brown on the other. Her eyes were a deep, luminous gold, watching Valyne with an unflinching, assessing gaze. Lyravel, Valyne thought, recognizing the shape of her from the echo pool's images. Orindor's back straightened. "You walk quietly, Lyravel." "You brood loudly," she replied. "It balances." Her gaze slid from him to Valyne, sharp as a blade. "So, this is the mortal the trees will not stop prattling about." "I didn't ask them to. No one ever does," Lyravel said. "They gossip anyway. Sit straighter. If you slouch now, your spine will complain when you are old." "I'm not sure I'll live long enough to have that problem," Valyne said before she could stop herself. Silence. Then, to her surprise, Lyravel's mouth twitched. "At least she understands the situation." "Lyravel," Orindor warned quietly, "do not test her with cruelty. If a few words break her, she will not survive a resonance," Lyravel said, all traces of humor gone.
She stepped closer, circling the basin until she stood near Valyne's shoulder. The scent of damp leaves and crushed herbs wafted from her. "You crossed the ravine?" she asked. "Yes." "And faced an illusion?" "Yes." "Describe it," Lyravel said. "My mother," Valyne replied, "saying all the right things in the wrong way." Lyravel's gold eyes narrowed slightly. "You recognized the wrongness?" "Eventually," Valyne said. "I nearly didn't. It used details it shouldn't have known, but it missed others." Lyravel considered her. Then she reached out, faster than Valyne expected, and touched Valyne's forehead with 2 fingers. A cold shock lanced through her. For a heartbeat, she was back in the hollow between the roots, frost beneath her knees, her mother's face before her. But this time she saw the fine cracks at the edges of that smile, the wrong tilt of her head, the thin dark threads in her pupils. She flinched. The image snapped. Lyravel withdrew her hand. "Your mind scars cleanly," she said. "It remembers without letting the wound fester. That helps." "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Valyne asked, a little breathless. "In my vocabulary," Lyravel said. Orendor rose. "We are wasting time. The hollowing will not pause while we trade barbs." He turned slightly toward Valyne. "You asked for everything. That includes hardship. Lyravel, we train you in certain resistances during the journey, if you remain willing." "I didn't walk this far to decide I'm unwilling now," Valyne said. "Good," Lyravel said briskly. "Then we leave at once. The Heartwood does not enjoy being kept waiting, and neither do I." "I have only just sat down," Valyne protested. "Then you will be grateful for the rest once we are on the move," Lyravel said. "Up." Valyne shot Orendor a look that she hoped conveyed some mixture of, "Are you going to let her bully me?" and "Please don't make me fight your terrifying advisor." He simply spread his hand slightly, as if to say, "This is what comes of asking for the truth." She sighed, pushed herself to her feet, and slung her pack over her shoulders. Her muscles protested, but warmed quickly as she followed them out of the hall. The wisps drifted ahead again, a pale procession. Lyravel walked on Valyne's left, Orendor on her right. Between them, Valyne felt oddly bracketed. Safer, perhaps, though she would not have admitted it aloud. They moved deeper into Gloamreach, along paths that seemed to shift underfoot. Where Valyne saw only tangled roots and indistinguishable trunks, Orendor and Lyravel navigated with easy certainty, turning at trees that all looked the same to her, pausing to touch sigils carved into bark. "Does the forest speak to you?" Valyne asked after a while, if only to fill the heavy silence. "Yes," Orendor said. "Constantly," Lyravel said. "Does it ever say anything useful?" Valyne added. "Occasionally," Orendor murmured, between complaint and gossip. "It complains?" she asked, incredulous. "About drought, about frost, about beetles," Lyravel listed, "about the way mortals cut its smaller children for firewood without apologizing, about storms that break its branches, about the hollowing, about me, about you." Valyne couldn't help a small grin. "What on earth does a forest complain about when it comes to you?" "That I make it hold still for wards that itch," Lyravel said. "Trees are vain. They do not enjoy sigils carved into their bark, even if those sigils keep them from being eaten by darkness." Valyne made a thoughtful sound. "That seems fair." "Careful," Orendor murmured. "Agree with her too often, and she will begin to think she has won." "I always win," Lyravel said calmly. "Or I walk away." Valyne found herself smiling at their exchange, despite the situation. The banter felt ordinary in a strange, skewed way, like listening to seasoned hunters tease each other on a long track. For a few steps, the weight on her chest eased. Then the forest shifted. It happened gradually. The air grew colder, but not in the way of early winter. This cold had intention. The wisp's light dimmed, pressed inward by a darkness that seemed thicker, heavier. The trees' bark darkened, some taking on a slick sheen, as if damp from something other than water. Valyne's skin crawled. Laravel lifted a hand. Stop. They halted. Even the wisps hovered uncertainly, their glow flickering. We are near one of its listening wells, Orindor said quietly. The hollowing gathers itself in certain places where the bindings are thinner. It does not care to be ignored. Should we go around? Valyne asked. We cannot, replied. The heartwood lies beyond. We go through, or we turn back and accept slow suffocation. Through, then, Valyne said. Her throat was dry. What do I do? Keep hold of something that is real, Orindor said. Sense, memory, pain. A small, true thing the hollowing cannot mimic. Valyne's hand went instinctively to the stone at her collarbone. Smooth, cool, faintly warm from her skin. Mirren's mother's reassurance. A small light. Good, he murmured, noticing. Hold that. It will try to take everything else. Comforting as ever, she muttered. They moved forward. The darkness thickened around them like fog, but not the pale, clean kind that rolled off the riverbanks in late autumn. This was a tar-laden mist, clinging and viscous. It muffled sound. Her own footsteps seemed distant. The wisps pressed close, their glow paler than ever. Valyne's breaths sounded too loud in her ears. Her heart beat an uneven rhythm. Something brushed against her mind. Not a voice at first, more like the sensation of standing in a crowded room with everyone whispering just below hearing. Snatches of emotion caught her. Fear, hunger, resentment, envy, none of them fully hers. She gritted her teeth. Mirren's stone, the feel of her knife hilt, the way her father had taught her to fletch arrows, his large hands guiding her smaller ones. Real, real, real. Then the whispers focused. Valyne. She did not turn. You look tired, the voices cooed, overlapping. So tired. You've walked so far, all alone. I'm not alone, she said. Her own voice sounded small in the smothering dark. I know that trick. You think the Fae King will keep you safe? Another voice, sibilant, crept into her ear. He's a cracked vessel, a sinking ship. Tie yourself to him, and you'll drown when he does. Keep walking, Laravel said, somewhere to her left. Her voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. Do not answer. Your village already grieves you, the hollowing whispered. They lit candles when you crossed the ravine. They spoke of you in the past tense. They are preparing to live without you. Why endure this pain for people who have already buried you in their hearts? Valyne's steps faltered. A hand closed around her elbow, firm, solid, Orindor's. Do not listen, he said, his voice cutting through the murk. These are embers it has picked from your mind. It does not know the fire that made them. It's using my own doubts, she managed. Yes, he said, which means they are yours, not its. That gives you leverage. You are used to them. Let them pass, like breath. That was not how she'd thought of it. Doubt as something she had lived with long enough to know its shape. Just another familiar irritation, like her shoulder scar flaring in cold weather. She tried. She focused on the sensation of his hand, surprisingly warm despite the armor, the pressure firm but not bruising, on the feel of the stone at her throat, on the sound of Laravel's footsteps, measured and impatient. The whispers hissed, displeased. They do not truly need you, one said, pressing harder. You hunt, others can hunt. You shoot well, others can shoot after practice. The children will forget your face in time. The Hollow King, though, the tone shifted oily. He will remember. He will cling. He will wrap his need around you until you cannot breathe. Better to cut the bond now. Kill him.
End this before he sinks his hooks into you. Her grip tightened on Orindor's hand. Do you have hooks? She asked, words coming out before she could stop them. Only metaphorical ones, he replied calmly, and those are dulled by an excess of guilt and poor humor. A strained laugh escaped her. To her surprise, it helped. The darkness pressed another illusion on her then. For a flicker of a heartbeat, she saw Dalewind ahead of her, the houses whole and bright, smoke curling from cheerful chimneys. Children ran in the lanes, shrieking with laughter. The sky overhead was blue. She smelled fresh bread, heard her mother's laugh, felt her father's hand ruffle her hair. It was so vivid, so piercingly beautiful, that she almost sobbed. Reality wobbled. Her boot snagged on a root she hadn't seen. She pitched forward, the illusion of the village rising to meet her. Orindor's arm tightened, hauling her back against his side. Pain shot up her leg as her shin slammed into the real root, not the stone step she thought she saw. The illusion shattered. The air tasted bitter again. Her eyes burned. She hissed, half in pain, half in fury. Is that all you have? She spat into the dark. Stale dreams of things I've already accepted I'll never have? You're late, Shadow. You should have come when I was 14. There was a pause. The oppressive sensing presence shivered as if startled by her anger. Then, slowly, the weight of it lifted. The mist thinned, the cold eased. Just enough. They stepped out of that patch of darkness, like emerging from underwater. Valyne dragged in a breath. The air felt crisp and clean by comparison, despite still carrying the faint scent of rot and old magic. Orindor released her arm, though he lingered half a step away, as if prepared to catch her again if her knees buckled. They will be more direct next time, he said, now that they have tasted your temper. Good, she said, still shaking. Maybe they'll stop wasting my time with soft words. Lyravel glanced back at her, golden eyes approving. You did better than most, she said. The last mortal who walked through that well with us tried to strangle Orindor halfway through, convinced he'd taken their children. Valyne blinked. Did he? No, Orindor said dryly. They had never even met me before. The hollowing is not fussy with details, as long as the emotion is sharp. Valyne's lip curled. Coward. The hollowing? Lyravel asked. Or the mortal? Both, Valyne said. They walked on. The mood shifted as they went deeper. The oppressive dark did not vanish, but retreated somewhat, seeping into the cracks between trees. The ground underfoot changed from tangled roots to thick, springy moss. The air grew warmer and carried the scent of sap. After a time, Valyne realized something unnerving. I don't hear anything, she said quietly. The hollowing? Orindor asked. No, the forest. It was watching before, whispering to you. She glanced up at the high, twisting canopy. Now it's quiet. The heartwood is near, Lyravel said. Near its core, individual trees blur. They do not bother with separate chatter. The song is different. Valyne listened. At first, she heard nothing but her own footsteps and breathing. Then, under that, a faint thrumming. Not a sound exactly, more like the feeling of standing beside a great waterfall and sensing the vibration through stone. It grew stronger as they walked. Her bones seemed to pick it up, humming in sympathy. Her heartbeat adjusted, matching its slow, steady rhythm. Finally, the trees parted. The heartwood was not a single tree. It was all of them. The clearing they stepped into was circular, rimmed by trunks so massive Valyne's village hall could have fit inside one. Their branches wove together high overhead, forming a living dome.
At the center of the space, where the trunk's roots converged, lay a wide, shallow depression filled with what looked like crystallized sap. It glowed from within, warm gold veined with pale green, pulsing in time with the low thrumming Valyne now realized was the forest's heartbeat. She stopped at the edge, breath catching. "It's beautiful," she said, the word feeling too small. "It is the accrued memory of Gloamreach," Lyravel said softly. Even she sounded reverent. "Every fall, every spring, every birth and death and shift in the wind, the heartwood keeps it. When we are wise, we listen." "And when you're not?" Valyne asked. Lyravel's mouth flattened. "We fail as loudly as kings." Orinder stepped forward, his armor rustling, as if the roots themselves responded to his presence. The glow in the heartwood's basin brightened when he approached. "The resonance readings," he said, glancing back at Valyne, "they will sting." "Define sting," she said warily. "Like being threaded with cold needles," Lyravel supplied, "through your veins, and your bones, and the parts in between that do not have convenient names." "Wonderful," Valyne muttered. "We can still leave," Orinder said quietly. "If your will falters here, I will not hold it against you." She studied him. He meant it. She could hear it in the careful steadiness of his tone. There was no hint of manipulation, no pressure, just a plain statement of permission. He'd shackled himself to a monster to protect people who had thrown away his envoys. He'd stayed in this forest 100 years, caging a thing that clawed at his mind, and he was willing, right now, to let her walk away and take his last, best chance with her. "I didn't come here to turn back," she said.
"If the hollowing is going to kill me, I'd rather it be for trying than for cowering." Something in his shoulders eased. "Very well." He stepped into the basin. The crystalline sap accepted his weight without cracking. It rippled around his boots, glowing brighter. Fine threads of light rose from it, twining around his ankles like vines. "Come," he said, extending a hand toward her. Valyne's heart thudded. Her palms were damp. She stepped forward. Mirren's stone thumped lightly against her chest. Her own footsteps echoed faintly in the hollow space. When she reached Orinder, she hesitated only a fraction of a breath before putting her hand in his. His fingers wrapped around hers, warm, firm, real. Together, they stepped fully into the heartwood's embrace. The sap felt not like any substance she'd touched, not liquid, not solid. It was like wading into thick light. It cradled her feet and calves, supporting her weight, humming against her skin. "Close your eyes," Lyravel said from the edge. Her voice came from everywhere at once. "Let it see you." Valyne obeyed. Darkness fell behind her lids, but it didn't stay empty for long. The heartwood's presence pressed in, not heavy, not invasive, but curious. It brushed against her awareness like the touch of many leaves, cool and dry. It tasted the shape of her fears, the outline of her hopes, the way a tongue might trace a missing tooth. She felt it compare her to the figure beside her. A second presence answered, Orinder's. Steady, weary, bright at the core and wrapped in layers of shadow. Where the heartwood was a patient, ancient stillness, he was a tension between two forces, stretched thin. Something in the heartwood shifted. Its attention sharpened. Two notes in a chord, she thought suddenly. Herself and Orinder. Slightly out of tune, but close enough that, if adjusted, they might resonate. The heartwood agreed. Light surged up around them, searing through her limbs. Valyne gasped, biting back a cry. It felt exactly as Lyravel had described. Cold needles threaded through muscle and bone, not tearing, but probing, testing the give of her, measuring. Beside her, Orinder's grip tightened. She felt him flinch, felt, distantly, the flare of the hollowing within him, an angry, gnashing presence recoiling from the heartwood's scrutiny. "Easy," he whispered.
though she couldn't tell if he spoke to her or the thing inside him. The heartwood pressed harder. Memories flashed, not in order, not fully, but in sharp fragments. Her mother teaching her to gut a fish, her father's calloused thumb smoothing a scraped knee, Mirren's anxious smile as he handed her the vials, Merritt's voice declaring her the village's chosen, the illusion in the roots, the ravine, the first sight of the hall, Orindor bowing to her decision. The heartwood weighed them. Then it did something that made Valyne's breath stop. It echoed her back to herself, but braided with him. In a swirl of sensation, she felt the same moments from the other side. Orindor, sensing a mortal cross the boundary. His surprise when the wards did not reject her. The way her refusal of the illusion of her mother had lit up something inside him that he'd thought long dead. The faint, absurd hope when she demanded truth instead of revenge. The way her grip on his hand just now served as an anchor in the heartwood's light. Valyne sucked in a breath. Orindor's grip spasmed. "You feel that?" she whispered. "Yes," he ground out. "It hurts," she said. "Yes," he repeated, "and it is astonishing." The pain shifted. It became not less, but different. Beneath it, there was a peculiar clarity, as if someone had cleaned the fog from a window she hadn't realized was dirty. She could sense, faintly, the outline of his presence now, even without looking. Not his thoughts, those were still his, but the shape of his exhaustion, the way his strength coiled and uncoiled, the way the hollowing gnawed at the edges. The heartwood approved. The light threads that had been needles softened. They wrapped around her in looping patterns, connecting her to Orindor at points she could not name, but felt clearly. The place where fear braced against duty in her chest. The place where his guilt pressed against his hope. The place where their stubbornness matched like twin knots of iron. A resonant circuit. For a heartbeat, power flowed between them. Not much, a trickle, but enough that the hollowing felt it. It surged, slamming against the bindings inside Orindor like a wave. Dark pressure crashed toward the new path, toward her. Valyne's vision whitened. She tasted iron. Then the heartwood intervened. The light around them flared, bright enough to burn through her closed lids. It pushed back against the rushing dark, diverting most of it, forcing it along old, established channels. Only a thin thread reached her. Even that was enough. For a split second, she felt the hollowing directly. Hunger. Not for food or warmth, but for negation, for absence, for the end of ache. It wanted to unmake anything that hurt, so that nothing could hurt again. It did not understand that in doing so, it would destroy joy as well. Or perhaps it did, and simply did not care. It brushed the edges of her mind, tasting her fear, her loneliness, her buried rage at a world that had taken her parents and her sky. "Mine," it whispered. "You hurt. I can end it." Revulsion snapped through her. Not because of the pain, but because the voice felt familiar, too familiar. An echo of her own darkest thoughts, stretched and hollow. "No," she said aloud, through clenched teeth. "You are not mercy. You're rot." Something hissed. The thread recoiled. The heartwood slammed its own bindings down, forcing the hollowing back into its cage. The light faded. The lines sagged, knees nearly buckling. Only Orindor's grip kept her upright. He, too, swayed, his breath ragged. "Enough," Lyravel's voice said sharply. "Release them. That is all they can bear for now." The heartwood's presence withdrew, not entirely, but to a more bearable distance. The sap underfoot solidified, supporting them more firmly. The glow gentled. Valyne opened her eyes. The world looked oddly sharper, the edges of leaves more distinct. the veins in Orindor's exposed hands more pronounced. Lyravel's expression clearer, worry hidden under habitual irritation. "How do you feel?" Orindor asked. She assessed. Everything hurt, but not unbearably. Her limbs felt heavy, as if she'd run for miles, but a deep, humming warmth sat in her chest, stubbornly refusing to be snuffed out. "Like I was trampled by an elk," she said, "but the elk was made of ice and bad memories." Lyravel huffed something that might have been a laugh. "She lives," she said. "Good. I was beginning to collect too many dead hopefuls. They clutter the conscience." "And you," Valyne asked Orindor, "how do you feel?" He tilted his head, considering. "Lighter," he said slowly. "The hollowing is agitated, but some of its weight has shifted." He looked at her. She felt the weight of that gaze even through the mask. "It tried to claim you." "It tried to convince me it was doing me a favor," she said. "I've met men like that in markets. I didn't trust them either." For the first time since she had met him, something like genuine amusement colored his voice. "Remind me never to send you to negotiate for me in mortal towns," he said. "You'd start 3 wars and end 5. "As long as I end more than I start," she said, and found that she was smiling despite the ache. Lyravel stepped closer to the edge of the basin. "The readings confirm what the trees whispered," she said. "Your life forces resonate, not perfectly, but enough. With training, you might sustain a controlled bond for longer than a few breaths." "How long do we need?" Valyne asked. "No one knows," Orindor said. "We have never gotten this far." "That's encouraging," she muttered. "It is," Lyravel said, serious. "Ignorance means possibility." "Or disaster," Valyne countered. "Disaster was coming regardless," Lyravel said. "Now we have something else as well." They stepped out of the Heartwood's basin, sap clinging briefly to their boots before sloughing off in shimmers of dried light. Valyne's legs wobbled on solid ground, but held. Orindor walked more carefully than before, as if testing his balance. "You should rest," Lyravel said, "both of you. I will keep watch." "The hollowing will sulk for a time. It is unlikely to try that particular trick again immediately." Valyne almost argued that she could stand a watch, but her body betrayed her. When she sat with her back against one of the massive trunks, her limbs sighed in relief. She stretched her legs out, flexed her fingers, and winced at the faint tremors still running through them. Orindor settled a short distance away, not too close, but within easy speaking range. His cloak spread around him like pooled shadow. For a while they were quiet, listening to the low hum of the Heartwood. Valyne examined the space between them in her mind. The bond the Heartwood had teased into existence was faint now, a single silver thread compared to the blazing web it had briefly become. But it was there. If she focused, she could sense the general shape of his presence, the waxing and waning of his exhaustion. "You feel less heavy," she said hesitantly. "Is that real, or just my imagination?" "It is real," he said. "You took some of the strain. The hollowing noticed you. It will not forget." "I gathered," she said dryly. "It feels wrong, borrowed." "What does?" he asked. "The weight," she said. "Carrying a piece of what you've been holding alone, I don't know if I have the right." He turned his masked face toward her. "Right," he echoed softly. "Do you think there is a ledger somewhere marking who is allowed to share burdens and who must suffer alone?" "Isn't there?" she asked. "You bound yourself to this thing to save other people. That's your penance." He was silent for a beat. "Mortals," Lyravel muttered nearby. "Always romanticizing self-destruction." Valyne flushed. "I'm not romanticizing it." "You are," Lyravel said. "You think there is some beauty in one person burning so others can be warm. There is not. There is only ash and smoke and the smell of wasted kindling." "That is a harsh way to put it," Orindor murmured. "It is a true way to put it, which is why you are alive to hear this mortal's absurd ideas about who deserves help." Valyne scowled. "It's not absurd to think there's such a thing as balance, as owing. I owe my village. I owe my parents. You owe them your effort," Lyravel cut in, "not your life on a platter if another path exists. And you owe yourself not to treat your own spirit as expendable simply because you are used to being the one who stays when others leave." Valyne stared at her. Orindor's head tilted slightly. "Did the Heartwood share something with you, too?" he asked Lyravel. "I do not need a tree to tell me what I can see in a girl's set jaw," Lyravel said. "You have been bracing against loss since childhood, Valyne Thornhallow.
It has taught you that the only safe way to love is to stand between danger and everyone else. That is noble. It is also useless if you die too soon for it to matter." The words landed in Valyne's chest like stones dropped into a well. The ripples spread slowly, touching old, quiet places. She looked away, down at her hands. The half-moons of dried blood from her earlier illusion encounter stood out against her skin. "I don't know how to do it any other way," she said, voice low. "If I stop standing between people and danger, someone else will get hurt." "Perhaps," Lyravel said. "Or perhaps someone else will finally learn they are capable of standing as well." She folded her arms. "You are not the only one in this forest with sharp teeth." Valyne glanced at Orindor, whose elaborately antlered mask and bone-root armor radiated sharpness, and couldn't help it. A short laugh burst out of her. "Point taken," she said. Lyravel's expression softened, just barely. "Good. Learn it now," she said. "Because if we bind you to this fool king, and you both insist on out-sacrificing each other every time the hollowing snarls, we will accomplish nothing but melodrama." "That sounds accurate," Orindor said. "Do not agree so quickly," Lyravel snapped. "You are supposed to protest at least a little when I call you a fool." "I am very tired," he said. "Perhaps when I have slept, I will remember my dignity." "Sleep then," she said, "both of you, before I decide to bind the hollowing to a pair of mushrooms instead." Valyne let her head rest back against the tree. The bark was rough, the heartbeat of the heartwood thrumming gently through it. Her eyes drifted shut. She did not quite sleep. The forest did not let her forget where she was. But she hovered in that narrow space between waking and dreams, where thoughts drifted easily. She thought of Dalewind, of thin faces and steady eyes, of Murren fretting with ink-stained fingers, of Merritt's weary voice. She thought of Orindor's hand gripping hers in the heartwood, the way his presence had felt when braided with her own. Not comfortable, nothing about the hollowing was, but familiar in a paradoxical way, as if she'd found another person who understood what it meant to be torn between what she wanted and what the world needed. She thought of Lyravel's blunt words, of the idea that perhaps not every burden was hers to take, first, automatically, without question. The thought felt like standing on the edge of another ravine, unsure whether a bridge existed. Eventually, she opened her eyes again. Orindor had not moved much. His posture, however, had altered. Before, he had sat as if holding himself together by sheer will. Now, some of that rigidness had eased. His head was tilted slightly, listening to something she couldn't hear. Or perhaps she could. If she focused, she sensed a soft pressure at the edge of her awareness, the hollowing, prowling behind his ribs, testing its confines. It noticed her noticing, and nudged, testing her too. She bared her teeth in a silent snarl. It recoiled, for now. "Good," Orindor murmured, not opening his eyes. "Do that often." "I didn't say anything," she said. "You didn't need to," he replied. "You glared with your soul." She rolled her eyes. "Is that a Fae phrase, or did you just invent it?" "A bit of both,"
he said. Lyravel stood, brushing off her mantle. "Enough lounging," she said. "We cannot linger here. The Heartwood's protection is not absolute, and your village does not have the luxury of our long patience." She looked at Valyne. "You have taken the first step. Now comes the tedious part." "Which is?" Valyne asked, rising slowly. "Practice," Lyravel said. "You will learn to open the bond and close it," Orindor added, standing as well. "To let power flow between us in measure, not in floods. To endure the hollowing's attention without letting it sink hooks." "And if I fail?" Valyne asked. "Then you will try again," Lyravel said, "until you either succeed or the world ends. Those are the options. Choose the first." Valyne snorted. "When you put it that way." She adjusted her pack, feeling the stone against her skin, the echo of the Heartwood's light in her veins, the faint thread connecting her to Orindor. She had come into Gloamreach expecting to walk a straight path, find the Hollow King, shoot him, and hope the sky bled gold. Instead, she had agreed, without fully realizing it, to weave herself into a living bulwark against an ancient hunger. It was more terrifying than any monster from childhood stories. It was also, she realized, as they left the Heartwood and the trees closed around them once more, the first time in her life she had not faced danger entirely alone. The long night watched them go, its shadows twitching at the edges of the path. Somewhere deep within it, the hollowing coiled and seethed, newly aware of the stubborn, mortal light that had dared to touch its cage. And far away, in Dalewind, a single stone on a villager's grave marker caught what little light the sky still offered, and held it, waiting. Training with Orindor turned out to be less about incantations and more about standing very still and learning not to flinch when the world tried to peel her open. They chose a glade to the west of the Heartwood, where the ground was level and the trees grew in a loose ring. Lyravel declared it adequately stable, and then took up a sentry's post at the edge, arms folded, watching them with the unwavering focus of a hawk. "The first lesson," Orindor said, "is how to open the bond without letting it run wild." Valyne shifted her weight. "That would also be my first lesson in how not to die, yes. That too," he conceded. They stood facing each other, only a few paces apart. He'd removed one gauntlet, his right hand bare, the pale skin marked with those faint root-like lines. The wooden mask watched her, its hollow eyes unsettling and oddly familiar now. "Reach for me," he said, "not with your hands. With whatever part of you knows I am there even when your eyes are closed." "That's not an especially clear instruction," she said. "If you wanted clear, you should have chosen a different kind of magic," Lyravel called. Valyne huffed. "We don't choose the magic we end up living with." "Exactly," Orindor said, as if that proved some point. "Close your eyes." She did, reluctantly. The glade sounds sharpened in the absence of sight. The soft drip of water somewhere nearby, the distant creak of a tree adjusting its weight, the faint hiss of Lyravel's cloak in the breeze, and beneath that, the almost silent hum she was beginning to recognize as Orindor's presence. A tension, a brightness, a thin thread of shadow. She groped for it with something that wasn't quite thought. "You're scowling," he remarked. "Helpful observation," she muttered, but the tiny barb eased her neck muscles a little. She imagined the echo of the Heartwood, those light threads that had woven through them. She pictured one of them now, silver and delicate, stretching between her chest and his. Tentatively, she brushed it. The air between them tightened. A faint shiver ran through her veins, nothing like the flood at the Heartwood, but enough that her heart skipped and then corrected. "There," he murmured, "hold that." She opened her eyes. The glade was unchanged, but he seemed sharper at the edges, as if someone had focused him. She could feel, more than see, the pull of his exhaustion, the restless movement of the hollowing behind his ribs, the way he held himself just so to keep the weight balanced. "You feel at?" he asked. "Yes," she said, "like knowing which way north is, suddenly. Good. Now we add strain." That didn't take long, she muttered. He lifted his bare hand, palm up. Shadows gathered above his skin, coiling in delicate spirals. They tried to reach up his arm. He pushed them back with visible effort, the tendons in his wrist standing out. The hollowing sensed the magic. It pressed forward, eager. Valyne felt the surge before she saw it. Instinctively, she let the bond widen a fraction, the way she might loosen a strap on an overfilled pack. Some of that pressure spilled toward her. Cold pricked along her bones. The hollow hunger brushed her thoughts, fishing for purchase. It found her irritation at Lyravel's scolding, her fear of failing Dalewind, her loneliness that she never quite let herself name. It tried to wrap itself around those, magnifying them into something grotesque. "No," she told it, with a stubbornness that was almost boredom. "I know these feelings. They're mine. You're a poor imitation." It recoiled slightly, stung. The shadows above Orindor's hand pulsed, then smoothed out, becoming a clean, controlled sphere, lightless, yet contained. He exhaled. "Not bad," he said. "That felt awful," she said, "but less awful than last time. That is progress." He closed his hand and the shadow dissolved. The pressure between them eased. Again. They repeated the exercise until Valyne's legs trembled and her thoughts frayed. Each time, the hollowing tested her, jabbing at old wounds, whispering in borrowed tones. Each time, she pushed back, learning the shape of its tricks. Once, it tried her grandfather's voice, gruff and amused, asking if she truly thought a bit of fey nonsense could fix what was broken. She pictured his old, weathered hands guiding hers on a bowstring, the way he'd laughed when she'd first broken a practice target cleanly in half. "You taught me to aim," she told the false voice, and aimed the hollowing's reach away from her, back down the bond into the Heartwood's old channels. The glade held, rooted and steady. By the time Lyravel called a halt, Valyne could open and close the bond with a thought. It still hurt, it still scared her, but it no longer felt like putting her hand into a beast's mouth without knowing if it would bite. "That is enough for today," Lyravel decreed. "Any more and you'll both fall on your faces, and I will have to drag you back to the hull like sacks of grain." Valyne collapsed onto a fallen log, unbothered by the indignity. Sweat dampened her hairline despite the chill. Orindor sank down beside a tree, his cloak pooling, the mask tipped back against the bark. He rolled his bare wrist, flexing his fingers as if relearning their shape. "Are you all right?" she asked, surprising herself a little. He considered the question, then nodded. "Better than I expected. You siphoned more than I intended." "Sorry," she winced. "I wasn't trying to be greedy." "That was not a complaint," he said. "If anything, it saved us both some pain." A pause. "My concern is that you will grow accustomed to carrying more than is wise, simply because you can." "Did the Heartwood tell you to say that?" she asked. "No," he said, softly. "Lyravel did, and also experience." She remembered Lyravel's earlier words about burning oneself to warm others. The idea had lodged in her like a splinter. "I'll try not to be stupid about it," she said. "No promises." "I would not trust promises you make under exhaustion anyway," he replied. "Rest." She did. Days blurred into a pattern after that. Training, in glades and along riverbanks and beneath arching root bridges. Learning to direct the bond, sometimes letting strength flow from him into her when she faltered, sometimes taking more of the hollowing's pressure when he had to cast a ward or reinforce a sigil. At night, they returned to the living hall. Valyne discovered that even Fey kings had a kind of domestic routine. The hall had smaller chambers hollowed into its walls, storage alcoves full of dried herbs and strange crystals, a work table carved from a single slab of stone where Lyravel etched new glyphs, a narrow sleeping space where Valyne spread her bedroll. Orindor rarely seemed to rest in any one place. She'd see him standing by the echo pool, or sitting on the steps, or simply leaning against a pillar with his head tipped back, as if any posture other than vigilance discomforted him. One evening, after a day of particularly grueling exercises that left her muscles singing with fatigue, Valyne wandered down a side passage she hadn't explored before. She emerged into a chamber open on one side to the forest, a balcony of sorts. From here, Gloamreach unfurled below, a sea of shadowed branches and pale luminous fungi stretching as far as she could see. Wisps drifted between trees like drifting stars. In the distance, the sky's constant dusk softened the world into layers of violet and charcoal. Orindor stood at the balcony's edge, mask turned toward the horizon. Valyne hesitated, then stepped up beside him. The air was cooler here, carrying scents of moss and faraway water. "I didn't mean to intrude," she said. "I was following a very insistent wisp who seemed convinced there was something worth seeing down this way." "The wisps are fond of you," he said. "They like stories. You are one." "That sounds ominous." "It is a kind of compliment," he said. She let her elbows rest on the living rail, looking out. "Do you ever get tired of this view?" she asked. "Of the dark?" he replied. "Constantly. Of Gloamreach itself? No." His voice gentled. "It is my cage. It is also my home." She watched the way the faint light caught on the edges of his antler wask, the way the shadows of leaves dappled his bone-root armor. "What was it like before?" she asked suddenly. "Before the hollowing, before the long night." He was quiet long enough that she wondered if she'd pushed too far. Then he spoke, each word careful. "Loud," he said. She blinked. "Loud?" "The forest," he clarified. "The courts. Everything was louder. Colors, voices, joy, fury." His masked head tilted, as if seeing something she could not. "We used to hold dances at the edge of the mortal fields twice a year. The air smelled of crushed grass and summer wine. Your people wore wreaths of flowers they'd woven themselves." They laughed. His hand flexed, fingers curling as if remembering the feel of some long-ago contact. "Now, your villages sing only at funerals." She swallowed hard. "I've never seen a dance like that," she admitted. "We have festivals, sometimes when the harvest is good enough, but it's more practical. Trading, haggling, a few songs to convince ourselves we aren't afraid." "You are allowed to be afraid," he said. "It doesn't help," she said. "No," he agreed, "but neither does pretending it does not exist." She thought of the hollowing, and the way it had tried to use her fears against her, and the way acknowledging them had actually blunted the attack. "Did you dance?" she asked, seeking a lighter thread in the conversation. "Rarely," he said. "I was solemn when young, convinced dignity and distance made a good king." A dry note entered his voice. "My mother said I was born old." "Your mother?" Valyne stopped, hesitant. "Is she—" "Gone," he said quietly. "Long ago, before the hollowing. She returned to the roots, as all Fae do eventually. If she had lived to see this, I do not know whether she would have been proud of my choice or furious with my arrogance." "You bound yourself to save everyone else," Valyne said. "It's hard to imagine a mother angry about that." "Is it?" he asked. "Would yours have been pleased if you volunteered to take her place in whatever sickness killed her? If such a bargain had existed?" Valyne stared at the forest. "No," she admitted, after a long silence. "She would have tied me to a chair, or my father would have bribed me with honey cakes until I forgot what I was planning." Orindor's shoulders relaxed in what might have been a quiet laugh. "Perhaps my mother would have done the same," he said. "It is easier to imagine our sacrifices than the grief of those who would have stopped us." His words settled in her chest. She thought again of Lyravel's rebuke at the Heartwood, of Mirren's face when she'd volunteered. "You had someone who would have tried to stop you," she said, "and you did it anyway." "Yes. Do you regret it?" He did not answer immediately. "The world is still here," he said at last. "Your village still wakes each day, even if under a dim sky. Children still laugh, sometimes. That must be worth something." "That's not an answer," she said. "It is the only one I can give you and still keep standing," he replied. She turned then, studying him. "In Dalewind," she said slowly, "there's a saying, Regret is a sack you can only carry if you don't look inside. An unfortunate image, he said dryly, but apt. She bumped her shoulder lightly against his armor, feeling the odd, living give of the bone root plates. Maybe we can't afford to empty yours right now, she said, but you don't have to carry it alone. The resonance does not work on emotion, he reminded her, only on magic. Don't be dense, she said. A faint pulse thrummed along their tenuous bond, surprise, tinged with something warmer. It might have been gratitude. She let the moment sit. The turning point came 3 days later. They were in another training glade, a different one this time, smaller and ringed with trees whose bark bore fresh sigils. Laravel had carved them that morning, muttering under her breath. Valyne had caught fragments of her words. Reinforcement, containment, worst case. You sound confident, Valyne had remarked. I sound prepared, Laravel had said. There is a difference. Now, as evening's deeper shadows slid into the permanent dusk, they pushed further than before. We must test the bond under greater strain, Oriondor said. If it cannot hold when the hollowing is enraged, it will fail when we need it most. And you plan to enrage it deliberately? Valyne asked. Better here, where the wards are strong, and Laravel watches, than when we are alone. That logic is disturbingly sound, she muttered. Disturbingly what? Laravel called from the glade's edge, where she stood with a staff whose top was crowned with a cluster of faintly glowing crystals. Never mind, Valyne said. They had established a routine. Stand, connect, breathe. This time, when she reached for him, the bond flared more readily, as if it had learned the path and needed less urging. Ready? He asked. No, she said honestly. Do it anyway. He drew in a breath. His hands lifted, fingers splayed. The air around them darkened, the shadows thickening into threads that twined between his palms. He spoke then, low and rapid, in a language that made the hairs on Valyne's arms rise. The ground shivered. The hollowing surged instantly. Valyne felt it like a beast slamming into the bars of a cage, frantic to reach the new flow of power. She opened the bond wider, grit her teeth, and let some of that surge pour toward her. Cold stabbed up her spine. Her vision wavered, edges blurring into gray. The hollowing jabbed at her with sharpened versions of her own thoughts. You can't hold this. You'll fail him. You'll die anyway, so why not let go now? She shoved back. The sigils on the surrounding trees flared to life, lines of silver fire racing through them. Laravel's staff blazed, anchoring the wards. The glade became a cage of light and dark, thin as glass. More, Oriondor said through his teeth. You are insatiable, Laravel snapped. The hollowing will not be gentle in the end, he said. It is better we test. His words cut off as something inside him tore. Valyne felt it, a sickening lurch. The hollowing found a gap, not in the wards, not in the bond, but in him. A place worn thin by a century of struggle. It punched through. Darkness exploded. Not the dim of the long night, not the tar-thick mist of the listening well. This was sharp, violent, full of motion. It blasted out from Orindor's chest in a jagged corona, slamming against the glade's boundaries. The sigil strained, lines of light cracking. Orindor staggered. The bone root armor over his ribs split along an invisible seam. Through the gap, Valyne saw something she was not meant to see. It was not a heart, not in any shape she recognized. It was a knot of shadow and light, twisting around each other like two serpents. The hollowing writhed, seizing the chance. It surged up, flooding his veins. Orindor's hand snapped back. The antlers of his mask scraped a low branch. Black veins shot across the wooden surface, spiderwebbing outward from the hollow eyes. "Valyne," Laravel shouted, "close the bond!" But the bond already had its own ideas. The hollowing rushed toward the new channel, eager to escape Orindor's failing bindings altogether. It hurled itself along the silver thread like a flash flood.
Valyne yanked, trying to seal the path. Too late. The first wave hit. Pain stabbed through her chest. Her knees buckled. For a heartbeat, she saw herself, from outside, from the hollowing's perspective. A flickering light, riddled with cracks, easy to break and fill. "Mine," it hissed. "I will wear you to walk in the sun." If she closed the bond now, it would rip through them both like a snapped rope, perhaps tearing Orindor apart. If she left it open, the hollowing would attempt to pour itself into her entirely. Neither option seemed wise. Then, somewhere beneath the roaring panic, came a memory. Lyravel's voice at the Heartwood. Ignorance means possibility. And Orindor's admission, half in jest, that he was tired of carrying everything alone. Valyne did not know if what she did next was brilliant or stupid. Perhaps both. She grabbed the bond with all the stubborn ferocity she possessed, and widened it further. The hollowing lunged, exultant, expecting a single throat to drown. Instead, it found two. The bond became a loop, not a line. Energy crashed along it, slamming into Valyne and Orindor in turn, forced by her will to circle rather than tunnel. She felt Orindor's agony as if it were her own, the searing burn of shadow forcing its way into old scars, the instinctive urge to give in, to let it numb everything. She threw her own pain against his, not to add to it, but to match it, to create a kind of rhythm the hollowing did not expect. It hated patterns it did not control. "What are you doing?" Orindor's thought brushed hers, less words than impression, startled, afraid. "Sharing," she thought fiercely. "You said I wasn't allowed to be a sack of regrets. You're not allowed to be one either." "Absurd," he managed. "Probably," she agreed. The hollowing howled, a sound that had no business existing in the human mind. It tried to break the loop, to rip the bond apart. Each time it strained, the wards Lyravel had set flared, forcing it back into the circuit. "Hold!" Lyravel shouted, though the lane barely heard her. "Do not let it ground anywhere else." The world narrowed to three things: the relentless surge of shadow, the counterpoint of their shared will, and the throbbing ache of their overtaxed bodies. Time stretched. It could have been seconds. It could have been hours. Gradually, agonizingly, the force of the hollowing's rush lessened. Not because it gave up, but because the circuit bled some of its momentum away each time it completed a loop. The Heartwood's distant hum joined in, reinforcing the pattern. The black veins on Orindor's mask receded a fraction. The crack in his armor stopped widening. The hollowing snarled a last furious whisper. "This is not over, little lights." Then it retreated, sulking back into its deeper coils. The bond slackened. Valyne dropped to her knees. The glade spun around her. She felt hot and cold at once, her skin clammy, her fingertips numb. Every breath was a scrape. A moment later, something heavy thudded to the ground nearby. Orindor. She rolled onto her side, vision tunneling, and saw him sprawled at his back, one arm flung out, the other clutched to his chest. The wooden mask lay a few feet away, half buried in the moss, its antlers askew. His face was uncovered. For a moment, all thoughts of bonds and shadows and collapsing wards vanished. She had only ever seen him with the mask. She'd imagined, idly, what might be beneath. A monstrous visage, perhaps, or eyes gone completely black with corruption. Something suitably fearsome for a legend. The reality was sharply, painfully mortal. His features were carved in fine, weary lines, high cheekbones, a strong nose, a faint cleft in his chin. A faint scattering of silver at his temples threaded through dark hair. His skin still held that silvery cast, but along his jaw and throat, black veins traced under the surface like spilled ink. His eyes, when they flickered open, were a deep storm cloud gray. They looked younger than the rest of him, and infinitely more tired. He saw her staring, and, to her astonishment, attempted a rueful smile. "This is not how I intended you to see me," he rasped. "You picked a dramatic moment," she croaked. "Very kingly." Lyravel burst between them, staff in hand, eyes blazing. "What in all the old roots was that?" she demanded, already dropping to her knees to press her free hand against Orindor's chest. The bone-root armor flexed under her touch. "You tore something." "The hollowing found a weak point," he said hoarsely. "Valyne redirected." Lyravel's gaze snapped to Valyne. "Idiot," she said, but her voice shook.
"Absolute, miraculous idiot." "You're welcome," Valyne muttered, then winced as a fresh wave of pain rolled through her. Lyravel made a sharp gesture. "Do not move, either of you. The wards held, but barely. I need to reinforce them before the shadow realizes it could press again, and you will both be too limp to fight it." She rose, staff blazing, and strode to the glade's edge, muttering new sigils under her breath. Lines of light etched into the air as she spoke, weaving a tighter net. Valyne let her head drop back to the moss, panting. Beside her, Orindor lay still, eyes half closed. Without the mask, without the full weight of his armor upright on his shoulders, he looked exposed. Less like a king, and more like a man who had been holding a storm inside him for far too long. "Are you," she managed, "all right?" He turned his head slightly to meet her gaze. Through the lingering ache of the bond, she could feel his pain, his exhaustion, and something else. A dull amazement, a fragile, blooming relief. "I am alive," he said. "More importantly, so are you." "That seems like equal importance," she said. "Not to me," he replied, almost too soft to hear. Her cheeks grew hot. She blamed the after-effects of the hollowing. Was that an actual partial success?" she asked, grasping for safer ground. "Or did we simply almost die together in a new and exciting way?" "A bit of both," he said. "You prevented it from taking more ground. The bond held under pressure. That is more than we'd hoped." "And the cost?" she asked. He shifted his hand, fingers curling weakly against the moss. "We are more tied than before," he said. "The hollowing knows your shape intimately now. It will use that knowledge, and if one of us falters, the other will feel it more keenly." "That sounds inconvenient," she said. "Most effective partnerships are," he murmured. She snorted, then winced as her ribs protested. "You realize, don't you, that if this works, I'll never be able to go back to being just a village huntress." "You were never just anything," he said, eyes closing again. The words settled over her like a cloak she was not sure she knew how to wear. They lay there in silence for a while, the glade's glow slowly steadying, the residual ache of the bond easing into a throbbing hum. Lyravel returned eventually, her expression tight. "You've bought us time," she said, "but the hollowing will not let this go unanswered. It has tasted the possibility of a new vessel. It will probe, prod, push. We must assume it will act sooner than we planned." "How soon?" Valyne asked. "As soon as it finds an opportunity," Lyravel said. "And it is not the only threat we must now consider." Valyne's stomach tightened. "What else?" "The trees whisper of mortals in armor on the forest's edge," Lyravel said grimly, "with torches and steel. Your people, Valyne, or those like them." The words hit harder than any magical backlash. "My people wouldn't," she began, then stopped. Of course they would. Dalewind was desperate. If they believed she had failed, if rumors of the Hollow King's tricks had spread, fear could easily turn to aggression. "How many?" she asked. 200, perhaps more, Lyravel said. "It is difficult to count when they cut the trees that try to look more closely. They have priests with them, and banners." She spat the last word. Valyne pushed herself up on her elbows, ignoring the protest from every muscle. A fresh throb of shared pain echoed along the bond. Orindor made a faint sound, and she settled back down, gritting her teeth. "They'll get lost," she said. "The forest will turn them around." "It has tried," Lyravel said. "They bring charms of their own, crude but effective in numbers. They are carving a path with fire and axes. They may not reach us quickly, but they are coming." Ice spread through Valyne's chest. "If they reach the glades, they'll burn everything they see," she whispered. "They won't understand what they're destroying. And if they reach you, they will die," Orindor said quietly. "I cannot let a troop of armed mortals touch the heartwood or the hollowing's bindings. The forest would defend itself whether I wished it or not." Valyne thought of Mirren, of Merritt, of men she knew by name, faces she'd seen in the square. She imagined them swallowed by roots and shadow and never seen again, their deaths adding to the Hollowing's feast. "We have to stop them," she said, "before they get this far." Lyravel raised a brow. "We are busy not dying of ancient shadow," she pointed out. "You want to add diplomacy with frightened mortals to our schedule?" "Yes," Valyne said, "because if you kill them, even in self-defense, it will only prove every horror story they've ever told about the Hollow King." Lyravel opened her mouth, then shut it again, teeth clicking together. She looked at Orindor. "She is not wrong," he said. "You are both terrible influences on each other," muttered. "Fine, but neither of you is fit to stand, let alone negotiate. You need rest." Valyne hated that she was right. Her limbs felt like lead. Yet the image of burning trees and panicked villagers would not leave her. "How long?" she asked. 2 days, perhaps 3. They move slowly. They have horses that do not like the forest, and men who do not know how to be quiet. "Good," Valyne said. "Then we have time. A little." "For what?" Orindor asked. "To make sure I'm there first," she said. "If anyone is going to talk sense into them before they do something irrevocably stupid, it has to be someone they recognize." Lyravel's eyes narrowed. "You would go back to them now? After all this? Knowing what you carry?" "I wouldn't stay," Valyne said. "I'll go to the ravine, meet them there, make them listen." "You think they will?" Lyravel said, skeptical. "Fear does not lend itself to reason." "No," Valyne agreed, "but I know these people. I know how they argue and what they value, and how they look when they're pretending not to be scared. If I can buy us even a little time, it's worth it." "You risk exposing the hollowing to them," Orindor said, his voice low. "If they see what is bound to me, even through you, they will not understand." "Then I won't let it show," she said, though the bravado tasted thin. "I've been resisting it. I can do it for a conversation." Lyravel snorted. "You barely stood up a moment ago." "I will stand," Valyne said. She met Orindor's gaze. Through the bond, she felt his doubt, his fear, not for himself, but for her, and something else tangled in it, something she didn't dare name. "You said earlier," she murmured, "that if I faltered, you wouldn't hold it against me. I need you to offer yourself the same generosity. Let me carry this part. You can't face the hollowing and be the friendly face of diplomacy at the same time. That's my tool, not yours." He considered her, long and searching. At last, he nodded, slow. "Very well," he said. "We will go together, to the ravine's edge. I will not cross. The wards would react badly to that many mortals. You will speak for both of us." She exhaled. "All right." Lyravel muttered something about reckless children with hero complexes, but did not argue further. which, Valyne suspected, meant she saw the necessity too, however much she disliked it. They returned to the hall, moving more slowly than usual. The wisps clustered thickly around them, agitated by the earlier surge and the lingering taste of the hollowing in the air. Valyne's legs threatened mutiny halfway back. Once she stumbled badly, and Oriandor's arm went around her automatically, steadying her. Through the bond, she felt the spike of concern, the way his body tensed to catch her weight without thought. It mirrored the reflex in her own muscles when he faltered. "Careful," he said. "I'm fine," she lied. He huffed, a small, disbelieving sound. "For someone who plans to argue with a troop of armed men, your definition of fine is troubling. Complain once we get there," she said. He did not remove his arm. That night, sleep came in broken scraps. When Valyne closed her eyes, she saw again the crack in his armor, the snarling shadow within, the way the bond had blazed.
This is not over. She also saw, overlaying that, the image of his face without the mask, tired and strong and so very human. At some point, she gave up on deep rest and sat up, rubbing her eyes. A faint glow seeped through the hall from the direction of the echo pool. She padded barefoot down the passage, following the light. Oriander knelt by the basin, mask restored, but pushed up slightly, as if even he could not bear its full weight tonight. The water reflected a clouded image of the forest's edge. Flickers of torchlight marred the darkness there, moving like restless fireflies. "Can't sleep either?" she asked softly. He did not start. Either he'd sensed her approach through the bond, or he was simply used to the hall's every sound. "No," he said. "The hollowing sulks. It is noisy in its own way." "Sulking seems like a small reaction for an ancient horror," she said, coming to sit on the basin's edge. "It is not used to being thwarted," he said, "especially not by mortals." She peered into the echo pool. The image of the vanguard, men in mismatched armor, carrying poles with fluttering banners, drifted across its surface. "That's from now?" she asked. "Near enough," he said. "The pool reflects what the trees see. It is not always precise. They do not care much for our idea of time." She watched one figure come into more distinct focus. The man walked slightly ahead of the others, his shoulders hunched, but his stride determined. A familiar satchel hung at his hip, bottles clinking faintly within. Her breath caught. "Mirren," she whispered. The image shivered, then steadied, as if the pool had recognized the name. He looked older than when she'd left Dalewind, though only days had passed. Worry had carved deeper hollows beneath his eyes. His usual careful steps were hurried now, tripping occasionally over roots, then writing. "What is he doing there?" she breathed. "He should be in the village, safe." "Perhaps he did not want you to walk into danger alone," Oriander said gently. Valvine's hands clenched on the stone. "Idiot," she muttered, a rush of affection and irritation flooding her. "He hates the forest. He gets nervous stepping under one tree, never mind marching into a whole cursed wood with a group of half-trained villagers and some hedge priests." "Fear does not prevent loyalty," Oriander said. "Sometimes it sharpens it." She swallowed. "If they hurt him," she said, I don't know what I'll do." "Then we will endeavor to prevent that outcome," Oriander said. She looked up at him, at the mask, the antlers, the faint crack along one cheek where the earlier black veins had receded, but not entirely vanished. "Why did you take it off?" she asked abruptly. "The mask, in the glade, before." "Was that on purpose?" "No," he said. "The surge forced it. The bindings between the wood and my skin cracked. It is not meant to be removed." "Ever?" she asked, horrified. "Ever," he confirmed. "It sears itself to the face when we first don it, a crown of a different kind." "That sounds," she said carefully, "deeply unpleasant." "It was," he said, almost amused, "but necessary. The mask is part of the binding. Without it, the hollowing would slip into my eyes and out again. And now? She asked, noticing the faint line where the mask had fractured. Will it hold? For a time, he said. The glade's wards helped repair it. Your bond did as well. A pause. And now that you have seen, I will waste less effort trying to keep the ugliness hidden from you. You think you're ugly? She asked, startled. He tilted his head. In a metaphorical sense. In a literal one, you're not, she said, feeling heat climb her neck again. You're fine. Fine, he repeated, and she could hear the small smile in his voice, even through the mask. Don't make it a thing, she said quickly. I just meant, you look like a person, not a monster. It's harder to be afraid of you when you've been sprawled in moss complaining about your mask. I am glad your terror has lessened, he said dryly. Don't get used to it, she said. I still reserve the right to be intimidated when you're waving ancient magic around. I will keep that in mind, he said. They sat in companionable quiet, watching the tiny figures in the echo pool inch closer to the ravine's symbolic representation, a dark line cutting across the image. We should try to sleep, Valyne said at last. If I fall over in front of Mirren tomorrow, he'll drag me back home and tie me to the well. Would that be so terrible? Orindor asked quietly. She thought of Dalewind, of warm kitchens and familiar paths, of the weight of expectation, and the knowledge of the hollowing now coiled inside her bond. Yes, she said, because I'd know what I'd left behind. He nodded. Then we will be careful, he said, for their sake and for ours. She rose, legs stiff, and hesitated. Orindor, she said. Yes? Back in the Heartwood, she began, picking her way through words. She grimaced. I saw how my refusal to kill you surprised you. How you'd stopped expecting mercy, I suppose, from mortals. He was silent. It's not mercy, she said finally. Or rather, it's not only that. It's practicality. Killing someone who's holding back the thing you fear is stupid. Thank you for thinking me useful then, he said, and there was laughter in it, but also something more fragile. She scowled at the echo pool, flustered. And maybe a little mercy, she admitted, for whatever that's worth. It is worth more than you think, he said. The bond hummed lightly between them, a soft, steady thread. For a heartbeat, she saw how he felt it, like the first faint line of light under a long-closed door. She retreated to her sleeping alcove with her chest uncomfortably tight. In the morning, if it could be called that in a world where the sky never changed, they set out for the ravine. The path she had taken alone days before felt narrower now. The roots seemed more twisted, the shadows darker, or perhaps that was simply the knowledge of what walked toward them from the other side. Orindor moved more slowly than usual, conserving strength. Lyravel walked ahead, staff tapping, muttering under her breath to warn the forest of their approach. The wisps flitted nervously, as if sensing the coming collision of worlds. When they reached the ravine's edge, Valyne's breath caught. From this side, the deadroot bridge she had crossed looked even more precarious. Mist curled up from below. The faint echo of the hollowing's voice lingered, souring the air. Beyond, the forest thinned. In the distance, she could just make out pale shapes that might be tree trunks or men. This is as far as we go, Orindor said. Lyravel planted her staff into the soil. Sigils flared around it in a circle. The wards will let you cross with minimal resistance, she told Valyne. They remember you. They will not be so kind to the others if they come with fire. I'll convince them to leave the torches, Valyne said, trying for confidence she wasn't sure she felt. And if you cannot? Orindor asked quietly. She met his eyes, or rather, the hollow darkness of his mask. Then I'll warn them what they're walking into, she said, so when the forest bites back, at least they'll know they weren't betrayed. He made a small, pained sound. You are too ready to accept loss. I've lived with it a long time, she replied. That doesn't mean I won't fight it. He nodded slowly.
"Be careful," he said. "Is that an order, your hollow majesty?" she asked, attempting a faint grin. "A request," he said, "from someone who has surprisingly come to value your continued existence." Her grin faltered into something more fragile. "I'll do my best," she said. "I expect the same from you in return." "Agreed," he said. On impulse, she reached out and squeezed his forearm, just above the bone root bracer. The armor was warm. Through the bond, she felt his startlement, then the way he steadied against the touch. She let go before her courage failed and turned to the dead root bridge. It seemed narrower than she remembered. She stepped onto it. The roots flexed faintly under her weight, but held. Mist licked at her boots. Halfway across, the ravine's whispering voice stirred. "Back again so soon?" it purred, "with more to lose." "Shut up," she said, and kept walking. It laughed, low and amused, but did not press. Perhaps the hollowing had other plans for her now. On the far side, the light changed subtly. The air smelled more of earth and less of deep magic. She recognized certain trees, certain rocks, the outskirts of the forest where she'd hunted, once, before she'd understood what lay beyond. She drew a breath and headed toward the sound of distant voices. Each step carried her closer to a different kind of danger. Behind her, Orindor and Lyravel watched from the shadows of Gloamreach, fey guardians on a threshold between worlds. Ahead, a group of frightened mortals with torches and steel and stories about a monster walked toward an ancient king who was more fragile than they knew. Between them walked Valyne Thornhallow, bound to shadow and light, stubborn enough to think she might keep both sides from destroying each other. The long night pressed down, holding its breath. Valyne moved through the thinning trees with her shoulders tight and her senses stretched thin, half expecting the forest itself to change its mind and drag her back. It didn't. The trunks grew more familiar, the roots less twisted, the moss patchier. She saw her own old boot marks in the soil from days before, half smudged by the passage of deer and smaller creatures. The air felt different here, too, lighter, though the dusk was just as deep. Mortal air, mortal fear. She heard them before she saw them. The clink of armor, the murmur of voices dulled by effort and worry. The occasional crack of a branch underfoot, followed by a hissed curse. Someone coughed, sharp and dry. She slowed, moving with the same care she used when stalking skittish game. Not because she meant to hide, but because startling a group of armed, jumpy villagers seemed like a good way to get an arrow through her ribs. Through the trees ahead, a flare of torchlight speared the gloom. Men and women stood in a rough formation in a small clearing, its edges ragged where they'd hacked at understory growth. There were perhaps 40 of them, just as Lyravel had said. Some wore the mismatched, dented armor of retired soldiers. Others had leather jerkins and hunting gear. A few were clearly just farmers with pitchforks and spears. Horses tied in a nervous cluster stamped and tossed their heads at the scent of Gloamreach massed behind. Banners sagged from poles, their cloth damp with cold. The symbols stitched there were familiar. The stylized sunburst of the southern lords, the sheaf of grain for the river villages, Dalewind's own broken wheel. Valyne's mouth went dry. These were not just her people. This was a gathering from several towns, brought together by desperation and story. At the clearing's far edge, raised slightly on a hummock, stood 2 figures who were not from any village she knew. One wore a priest's gray robe, the fabric embroidered with sharp, sun-like motifs. His hair was iron gray, cropped short, and his eyes glittered with a fervor that made Valyne's skin crawl. He held a staff topped with a polished disk of metal that caught the torchlight like a trapped star. Beside him, in a hooded cloak of deep blue, stood a woman with a book bound in dark leather. Her hair was pulled back severely, and spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose.
She watched the forest, not with fear, but with a calculating, measuring gaze. Between them, a familiar figure paced back and forth, agitation in every line of his body. Murren. Valyne's heart lurched. He looked exhausted. His fair hair was tangled, his usual care with his clothes abandoned. The satchel at his hip sagged, its strap stained where ink or herbs had spilled. He gestured as he spoke, hands slicing the air, his voice carrying just enough for her to catch fragments. "Told you, this is a bad idea. You don't know what's in there." "We know enough," the priest said. "The sun will not rise until the Hollow King falls. That is all we need to know." "The world rarely fits into slogans," the woman in blue murmured. Valyne stepped into the clearing. "On that, at least," she said, "we agree." Dozens of heads snapped toward her. Torches flared brighter as several people lifted them higher. Swords rasped from scabbards. Someone swore. Murren went very still. "Val," he whispered. She raised both hands slowly, palms out, making no move toward her bow. "Hello," she said, aiming for casual and landing somewhere near strained. "You are all a very long way from home." "Valyne Thornhallow," the priest said, his voice thunderous. "Alive." Something in his tone made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. She'd expected surprise, maybe relief, not this, not suspicion wrapped in piety. "You sound disappointed," she said. He descended from the hummock with the solemnity of a judge approaching the scaffold. "We believed you dead," he said. "The village grieved. The council said you had gone into Gloamreach to strike down the Hollow King and never returned." "I hadn't, yet," she said, "which is why it would have been premature to assume I'd failed." "And yet here you are," he said, eyes narrowing, "walking out of the Fey Woods, alone." Alone. The word struck harder than she'd expected. Somewhere behind her, the forest hummed, aware and watchful. Through the bond, she sensed Orindor's tension at the ravine's edge, present, if unseen. But the priest couldn't know that. She held the man's gaze. "I'm not unmarked," she said. "I'm just not dead." Murren moved at last, pushing through the cluster of villagers to reach her. He stopped within arm's reach.
"You're alive," he said again, as if he needed to hear it in his own voice. Then, sharply, "You idiot! Do you have any idea? I thought—" His words tangled. His hands shook as if he wanted to grab her shoulders and shake her, but wasn't sure he had the right. She managed a weak smile. "I've been called worse." He let out a choked laugh that turned into something like a sob. "What happened? Did you find him? Did you—" "Later," she said softly. "There's a more immediate problem." She nodded toward the hacked tree line, the blackened stumps, the torches. "Why are you here?" she asked, louder, addressing the crowd. Merritt stepped forward from among them then. He looked older than when she'd left, his white beard more sparse, his shoulders more hunched. But his eyes were clear. "Because we could not sit and wait for you to return with word that never came," he said. "The fields grow weaker by the week. The river ices earlier. Children cough blood. The other villages hear the same tales. We sent for help. The priests responded." He gestured to the robed man, who inclined his head in a shallow bow that conveyed no humility at all. "I am Hadron of the Dawn Sanctum," he said. "We have studied the long night for generations. We have traced its origin again and again to this place, to the Hollow King. The longer he lives, the stronger the darkness becomes. Have you considered," Valyne said carefully, "that you might have the cause and effect reversed?" A ripple went through the gathered villagers. Hadron's eyes flashed. "You come from the forest and speak in riddles," he said. "What has he told you?" "Enough to know killing him blindly won't fix this," she said. Murmurs rose. Someone spat in the dirt. Mirren's hand closed on her sleeve, fingers digging in. "Val, he hissed, low. Be careful. They're scared. Hadron's been telling them the forest corrupts minds, that anyone who walks too deep comes back wrong. Convenient for him, she muttered, if anyone disagrees. The woman in blue, who had remained silent thus far, tilted her head. What did you see? She asked. Her voice was curious, not hostile. Beyond the ravine. No one else has ever returned to describe it. Valyne met her gaze. A hall made of living wood, she said. Trees that watch and listen. Old wards carved into stone. And a king who spends his days wrestling with a shadow so it doesn't eat the rest of us. Hadron barked a laugh that held no mirth. You expect us to believe that the very creature who plunged our world into dusk now plays martyr for our sakes? Yes, Valyne said simply. I've seen the hollowing. I've felt it. It's older than he is. He bound it. He didn't create it. The woman's eyes sharpened. Hollowing, she repeated. You have a name for it. So do we, Hadron snapped. Sin, corruption.
The taint of fey magic. Words, Valyne said. But the thing is real whether you call it sin or shadow. And killing the vessel holding it back without a plan for what happens next is like smashing a jar of poison in the middle of a crowded market. Better a broken jar than a slow drip, Hadron retorted. What is more dangerous, 100 drops or one great spill? At least the latter can be cleaned. At what cost? She demanded. How many people die in that cleaning? Fewer than will die if the night never ends, he said, lips thinning. Merritt raised a hand. Enough, he said, voice rough. Argue theology later. Valyne, you say you've seen this, Hollow King. If he is not what we've been told, what is he? She took a breath. A prison, she said, and a person, both at once. He's bound something worse than himself inside his own bones. It's eating him from the inside out. He's been holding it there for 100 years. He's tired. The last word slipped out before she could stop it. It held more feeling than she'd meant to reveal. Mirren's eyes flicked from her to the forest and back, something like horrified understanding dawning in his expression. You linked yourself to him, he whispered. Didn't you? Valyne stiffened. How did you? He tapped his chest, where her stone lay beneath her tunic. Shadowbane measures taint as well as shielding against it, he said, his voice shaking. When you stepped out of that forest, the vial in my satchel started humming like a hive of bees. The air around you, Val, you glow, a little, like a coal. She swore under her breath. The woman in blue studied her more closely now, spectacles glinting. Fascinating, she murmured. You've been touched by whatever lies beyond, but you're not hollow-eyed or raving. Your pupils respond normally. Your pulse is fast, but not uneven. You are changed, but not claimed. I'm still myself, Valyne said sharply. I did not say otherwise, the woman replied. I am merely intrigued. She extended a hand, palm up. Archivist Rennell. I study old things that try very hard not to be understood. Valyne stared at her hand for a heartbeat, then shook it, more out of stubbornness than goodwill. Valyne Thornhallow. I shoot things that deserve it. Rennell's mouth quirked. A pleasure. Hadron's staff struck the ground, metal disc ringing. Enough of this, he said. We did not march here to be charmed by stories and handshakes. Look at her, he pointed at Valyne like an accusation. She walks where no mortal should walk and returns speaking up in defense of a monster. She carries shadow in her veins. His eyes burned. Corruption. Yes, Valyne snapped. I carry it. So does he. She jabbed a thumb toward the forest. Difference is, he's been fighting it longer. And we're linked now, which means if you kill him and break the binding, some of that thing spills into me.
And from me, into you. A stir ran through the crowd. Hands tightened on weapons. Someone crossed themselves. Merritt's gaze was troubled. Linked how? He asked. Magic, Valyne said bluntly. Fey magic, yes. Resonance. I don't have all the words for it yet, but I know this. If he dies while the hollowing rides him, it does not simply vanish. It goes looking for somewhere else to go. It likes mortal minds. They're warm, full of guilt and fear. She let her gaze sweep the gathered faces. Imagine it eating your doubt, your anger, wearing your faces. She looked back at Hadron. Telling your followers that the fastest way to fix the world is to burn anything that looks complicated. Color rose in his cheeks. You presume much. I presume nothing, she said, voice steady. I have felt it. It tried to use my grief against me. It called itself mercy. It is not. Reynolds' forehead furrowed. If what she says is true, she murmured, half to herself, then the premise of our doctrine is flawed. We assumed the darkness was static, an effect, not an entity. Our doctrine comes from the dawn, Hadron snapped, from visions and prophecy. The Hollow King's fall heralds the sun's rise. That is written. Prophecy is notably poor at footnotes, Reynolds said. Perhaps the part about unleashing a free-roaming devourer of light got edited out. This is blasphemy, Hadron declared. This is common sense, Valyne shot back. If your gods truly want you to break the world open without asking what leaks out, I question their wisdom. Gasps. Someone muttered, Careful, girl. Merritt's face crumpled. Valyne, he said, pain in his tone. You walk a dangerous line. She swallowed. I know, but I'd rather risk offending the unseen than doom the people standing in front of me because I was too timid to ask questions. Mirren stepped closer. His hand found hers and squeezed, hard. She's telling the truth, he blurted. Maybe not in every detail, I don't know enough, but the feel of it, the way the air changes when she talks about this hollowing, it matches the old fragments I've seen in the hedge priest's library. They spoke of a gnawing absence contained in a living vessel. They never named the vessel. They assumed it was a place, a mountain, a stone. But what if it was a person? You told me those scrolls were too damaged to trust. I told you they were incomplete, Mirren snapped, surprising Valyne. Incomplete does not mean worthless. If there's a chance, any chance, that killing the Hollow King wrong will make things worse, shouldn't we pause before charging in with torches? Hadron's mouth flattened. Fear makes cowards. Fear makes us careful, Mirren cut in. Stubbornness makes fools. Valyne stared at him. She'd never heard him speak that sharply to anyone outside of a textbook. He flushed, but held Hadron's glare. This is all very stirring, Hadron said finally, but we came with a clear purpose. The people suffer. The pattern points to one solution: remove the center of corruption. If this girl has been touched by it, she is compromised. We cannot trust her judgment. I'm not asking you to trust me, Valyne said. I'm asking you to trust your own survival instinct. Marching into Gloamreach with fire will wake things you are not prepared to face. You need me. I know the paths. I know what lies beyond. I can mediate. We do not negotiate with darkness, Hadron said. We're not negotiating with the darkness, Valyne said, exasperated. We're negotiating with the person keeping it from eating you. Hadron's eyes glittered. Words, he said dismissively. You say he is a martyr. Our texts say he is a tyrant. I know which source I trust. You trust the one that agrees with you, Reynolds said dryly. That is not the same thing. Hadron rounded on her. You overstep your role, archivist. And you overstep yours, she replied, unruffled. Your sanctum sent me to observe, not cheer blindly. Consider this my observation. Your plan is based on assumptions that may no longer hold. She pushed her spectacles up her nose. We should at least gather more data before triggering an irreversible event. Data, he scoffed. This is not a scholar's puzzle. It is a crisis of faith. The people need action. They need the right action, Valyne said, not just any action you can wrap in a hymn. Hadrin's grip tightened on his staff. Valyne felt it then, a subtle stirring beneath his anger. The hollowing. It brushed him, not deeply. His faith and rigid certainty made for poor initial purchase. But there were cracks there, frustration, pride, the desire to be the one who saved everyone, the one whose name would be sung when the dawn finally came. The shadow liked that. It understood the hunger for glory. It whispered against those fissures, offering an easy narrative. You are right. They are wrong. Only your hand can bring the light. Valyne's skin crawled. The bond hummed, warning. She reached for Oriandor instinctively. The link flared. Through it, she felt his attention sharpen back at the ravine's edge, even without words. The hollowing pressed harder against Hadrin's thoughts, sensing an opportunity. A leader with influence, a crowd with fear, a forest full of tinder. No, Valyne whispered under her breath. Hadrin's eyes snapped to her. What did you say? He demanded. She stepped forward before she could think better of it. The shadow is already talking to you, she said quietly. The clearing went very still. Hadrin's face went chalk pale. What nonsense is this? It's not nonsense, she said. I felt it. I can feel it now. It knows your name. It knows you want to be righteous. It loves that. It can twist it. Blasphemy, he hissed. You claim to read my thoughts? No, she said, but I can read its pattern. It's the same every time. It whispers in certainties, in absolutes. It tells you there is only one path, and you alone are brave enough to walk it. It makes everyone who disagrees with you an enemy. Sound familiar? A murmur ran through the villagers. Several looked uneasily at Hadrin. He drew himself up. This is a lie to undermine my authority, he said. Do not listen. She has walked in fey glamour. Her words are riddled with it. She is... He cut off abruptly, eyes going wide. Valyne felt it like a blow, the hollowing lunging, exploiting the crack she'd just widened by drawing attention to it. Their bond acted as a bridge, however faint. The shadow leaped, trying to arc from Oriandor's containment, through her, toward this new mind. She slammed the link shut on reflex. Pain lanced through her skull. She staggered. Murren's arm went around her, holding her up. "Val!" he cried. "I'm fine," she gasped. She wasn't, but there was no time to catalogue the ways. Hadrin clutched his temples, grimacing. For an instant his eyes went black, irises swallowed by ink. Then he thrust his staff forward, metal disc blazing. Light exploded. It wasn't clean light. It was tinged with something harsh, something that bit. It washed over the clearing like a gust of too cold wind, making the torches gutter. "Do you see?" he shouted, voice booming. "The darkness recoils from the dawn's fire. This is our path. This is our charge. We cannot be swayed by pretty lies. It recoils because you're waving heat at it, not because your ego is holy," Valyne snapped, even as her teeth chattered from the shock of that flare. Merritt stepped between them, palms out. "Enough," he said, more command in his voice than she'd ever heard. "Hadrin, Valyne, both of you." He looked at Hadrin. "We called you here for guidance, not to march us into death. We will at least hear her fully before making choices we can't undo." Hadrin's jaw clenched. "You would pit a girl's story against centuries of doctrine?" "I would pit lived experience against distant theory," Merritt said. "If you cannot bear scrutiny, perhaps your doctrine is brittle." Reynolds' mouth twitched, but she wisely stayed quiet. Valyne fought to slow her breathing. Through the bond, she felt Oriandor's steadying presence, pushing calm toward her as best he could, without opening them too widely to the hollowing's eager attention. Murren leaned close to her ear. "Can you really keep whatever that was from jumping bodies?" he whispered. "Not forever," she whispered back. "But I can try to keep it contained long enough to end this properly."
How? He asked. By going back, she said. By finishing what we started. There's a ritual, a resonance, we think might sever the hollowing from Orindor completely. It will either kill us both or free him and weaken it. Mirren stared at her. Those are terrible options. They're better than unleashing it on everyone, she said. We are already tied to it. That limits the collateral damage. This is not comforting, he whispered hoarsely. I didn't mean it to be, she said. I meant it to be honest. Merritt turned to her again. What do you ask of us? He said. Specifically. Time, she said, and restraint. Go back to Dalewind, to the other villages. Wait. Let us try this. If we fail, you'll know. The signs won't be subtle. And then, Merritt asked softly, then you may have to fight on two fronts, she said. I hope it doesn't come to that. Hadron snorted. You ask us to turn back after coming all this way, on the word of a girl entangled with the very thing we came to destroy? She asks us not to light ourselves on fire in a room full of oil, Reynolds said. An unorthodox request, but not unreasonable. You would have us do nothing, Hadron said. I would have us not make it worse, Reynolds replied, which is often more complicated than charging with swords. This is madness, Hadron said. This is caution, Merritt said, voice hoarse. We are not soldiers of the old wars. We are farmers and hunters. We came because we were desperate, not because we understood. If what she says has even a whisper of truth, we cannot treat this like a simple beast hunt. Hadron looked at the people around him. Some met his gaze, uncertain. Others looked away, second-guessing. Fear warred with doubt in their faces. Valyne could almost feel the Hollowing's frustration at this hesitation. It liked clean, decisive acts born of certainty. Wavering minds were harder to steer. Listen to me, Hadron cried, and the Hollowing threaded his words just enough to sharpen them. The sun will not rise until the Hollow King falls. That is the prophecy. That is our mandate. What if this, he pointed at Valyne again, is merely a delay tactic, a glamour meant to buy the enemy time? If we turn back now, how many more will die while we dither? And if we charge in now and rip open a prison we don't understand, Reynolds countered, how many die then? You cannot guarantee we'll survive your solution either. They stared each other down. Valyne's heart beat so hard it hurt. Every argument here mattered. Every word could tip the balance toward catastrophe. Finally, Merritt spoke again. We are not scholars, he said. We are villagers. Our strength has always been in listening to those who know more than we do, and choosing which of them is more likely to be right. He looked from Hadron to Valyne, then back. Hadron, you have scrolls and prophecies written in sun ink. Valyne has walked in the darkness you name and returned with a link to it. Both of you terrify me, but only one of you is asking me to risk everyone I love on faith alone. Hadron's mouth tightened. Faith is all we have. No, Merritt said. We also have eyes and ears and history. We remember what happens when outsiders march through our fields promising salvation with fire. A murmur of agreement rose. The river villages had not always fared well when the larger kingdoms moved their wars through their lands. Merritt turned to the crowd. I say we go home, he said. We give her time. We prepare defenses in case she fails. But we do not rush into a forest whose rules we do not understand just because a man with a shining staff tells us the story will end well. Faces turned to Valyne, to Hadron, to each other. Myron swallowed. His hand in hers trembled. Slowly, one of the older hunters stepped forward. I didn't want to come here, he said, but my son is sick, and the hedge priest said this might be the only way to save him. Now I hear, maybe not, maybe there's another way.
I'd rather try that than die in a forest I've never walked before. Another man nodded. A woman with a braided scalp tattoo said, "If this Hollow King has held this thing back for 100 years, he can hold it for a few more weeks while they try. If he can't, then rushing in now won't change that anyway." The tide shifted. Hadron saw it. His face darkened. "You would abandon the mandate?" he said, voice low and dangerous. "You would turn your backs on Dawn because you fear the path?" "We fear needless death," Merritt said. "We fear zeal without understanding. That is not the same as fearing light." "You choose cowardice," Hadron said. "We choose caution," Rennell replied. He rounded on her. "You were sent to advise, not command. And I advise that you stop before you fracture what little moral authority your order still holds in these parts," she said, her tone cool. "The villagers are not yours to order about like novitiates. They answered your call as allies, not soldiers. They can refuse." Valyne almost wanted to applaud her. She did not, because Hadron looked on the verge of cracking, and any sign of smugness might push him over the edge. The hollowing coiled around him, smelling the impending choice. If he broke completely, it would slip in, riding his righteous rage like a horse into the heart of the forest. Valyne couldn't let that happen. Quietly, she reached along the bond again, just enough to brush Orindor.
"We need to give it another target," she thought at him, though she didn't know if thoughts traveled that way. "It's using him. If he tips, it will jump." She felt his attention sharpen, a faint echo of agreement. The air changed. It started as a subtle shift in temperature, a drop that made breath puff white. The torches sputtered. The horses shied, ears flattening, eyes rolling. Every head turned, some toward the forest, others to the sky. The line of trees behind Valyne thickened, shadows deepening between trunks. The mist that clung to Gloamreach's roots crept forward across the forest floor, and then stopped, as if meeting an invisible line. A figure stepped out of that deeper dark. Orindor. He did not cross the boundary where the wild magic pooled. He stood just within the shadow of the first trees, armor gleaming faintly, cloak of leaves stirring in a wind no one else felt. His mask with its antler thorns hid his face, but his presence was unmistakable, tall, austere, bearing like carved stone. A ripple of terror ran through the villagers. Some stumbled back, others grabbed for weapons. Hadron seized the moment. "There!" he shouted triumphant. "The Hollow King! See how he lurks behind his thralls, letting them do his bargaining. Now you understand. He is the spider at the center of this web. Strike him down!" "And what?" Orindor's voice rang across the clearing, calm and low. "You will cut a knot you have not untangled, and hope the tangle falls into an orderly shape on its own." His common was accented, the vowels a little stretched, but clear. Gasps. Someone whispered, "He speaks our tongue." "Of course he speaks our tongue," Rennell murmured, as if cataloguing a fact. "How else do you think he corrupted half the old stories?" Valyne shot her a sharp look. Rennell's eyes glittered with interest, not malice. Hadron lifted his staff, light flaring. "Monster," he spat. "Tyrant. Your night has lasted too long." "If my night ends the way you wish," Orindor said quietly, "your world will end with it." His gaze, or what passed for it through the mask, swept the villagers. He did not raise his hands. He did not step forward. He simply stood, letting them see him. "You have a choice," he said. "You may trust the girl who walked my halls and still stands in her own will, stubborn and unbroken.
Or you may trust a prophecy you do not fully understand, and a man too angry to question whether the story suits him a little too well. Hadron's jaw clenched. You twist words like vines, he said. The dawn warned us you would. I twist nothing, Orindor said. The truth is messy enough without my help. He inclined his head toward Merritt. Elder of Dalewind, he said, you have people to consider, children, those who cough and cannot breathe. I will not command you.
I ask only this, do not bring them closer to the forest's teeth than you must. Merritt swallowed, the lines around his eyes deepening. If we go home, he said slowly, and you fail, then the long night will thicken, Orindor said. You will know, and you may choose then whether to come with fire or flee with what you can. I hope neither will be necessary. And you, Merritt asked, what do you risk? Everything, Orindor said. The bond thrummed, echoing the quiet truth of that. Hadron's staff shook in his grip. You spin a fine tale, he said, but you cannot hide the stench of corruption. Look at you. He gestured at Orindor's cracked mask, the faint black veins still tracing his exposed skin where armor gapped. You are infected, rotten. You should have ended yourself long ago instead of dragging us all into your purgatory. Perhaps, Orindor said. I have thought so on many nights. But death is not a solution when what you carry will not die with you. His head tilted. Would you stab a man in the heart if you knew a nest of scorpions resided there? Or would you try to coax them out first? We burn them, Hadron said, all of them, man and scorpions and house. That is mercy. That is laziness dressed as courage, Orindor replied, the faintest sharpness entering his tone. The hollowing surged, incensed by his defiance. Valyne felt it batter his insides, prowling the edges of its cage, hungry. It wanted him angry. It wanted him careless. It wanted to ride that old guilt and turn it into despair so deep he would finally stop resisting. She threw more of her awareness into the bond, not enough to invite another tidal wave, but enough to anchor him. I'm here, she thought fiercely. You do not stand alone. He stiffened, ever so slightly, then eased. Hadron saw something in that subtle shift. Suspicion sharpened his gaze. You are linked, he spat. You let him into you. He jabbed his staff toward Valyne. You are already a conduit. If we let you live, the darkness spreads. Valyne tensed. If you kill me, you cut a channel that's currently under control, she said. Do you know where the backlash goes? Because I don't, and I've been in the echo pool. Echo pool? Rennell murmured, scribbling in a small book she'd produced from her cloak. Interesting. Does it function by reflective? Archivist, Hadron barked. Enough notes. She snapped the book shut, but her eyes gleamed with information hunger. Hadron took a step forward, staff raised. The dawn teaches that rot must be cut out before it spreads, he said. Better one life than many. He meant her. Valyne knew it in her bones. Mirren stepped between them. You'll go through me, he said. Valyne's heart stopped. Hadron stared at him. Step aside, boy. No, Mirren said. His voice shook, but he did not move. He looked, for the first time, taller than his bent shoulders. You call this thing corruption. Maybe you're right. I don't know. But I know Val. I know when she's lying. She's not lying now. And if you kill her because you're too scared to admit your scrolls might not have all the answers, then you are worse than any shadow in that forest. Hadron's face twisted. You dare! Valyne grabbed Mirren's arm, tugging him back. Idiot, she hissed. I do not need you between me and a man with a very pointy stick. Too bad, he muttered. You're stuck with me. She loved him in that moment, fiercely, like a brother she'd been too stubborn to admit she needed. The Hollowing loved him too, but for different reasons. It smelled his fear, his loyalty, his willingness to die for someone. That kind of devotion made for excellent levers. It reached. Valyne felt the brush of it as it lunged from Orindor, along the bond, through her, toward Mirren. "No!" she snarled. She flared the bond the other way, diverting the surge back into herself. Cold flooded her veins. The world went gray at the edges. The hollowing hissed in her mind, delighted at the new playground. "You will not always be able to protect him," it whispered. "Or anyone." "Watch me," she spat, though her lips barely moved. Hadron, oblivious to the metaphysical struggle, thrust his staff forward. Light arced. Valyne reacted without thinking. She shoved Mirren aside and raised her arms, instinctively reaching for Orindor, for the heartwood, for any shield at hand. The bond blazed. The light from Hadron's staff struck something invisible around her and shattered, splintering into a dozen smaller threads that fizzled out before they could reach anyone else. Gasps. Someone screamed. The horses reared. Valyne staggered under the impact. Her bones felt like they'd been struck with hammers. The hollowing howled, both insulted and intrigued. It hadn't expected the priest's attack to be redirected. It had also enjoyed the chaos. Orindor's voice cut through the ringing in her ears. "Enough," he said. The word boomed, not loud in volume, but heavy with command. It hung in the air like a tolling bell. The torches guttered, then steadied. The hollowing recoiled, taken aback by the force of his will. Valyne felt him pour everything he had into that single syllable. Magic, authority, centuries of being obeyed. Not at her, not at the villagers. At the thing inside him. No more leaping hosts, no more games. It sulked, withdrawing deeper, nursing its indignation. Hadron staggered, his staff dimming. His face was ashen. "What did you do?" he whispered. "Stopped you from killing someone," Orindor said. "You are not as immune to the thing you hunt as you think, priest. Be grateful the girl has a stronger spine than you do." Hadron's eyes blazed. "We should never have come," he hissed. "We should have left the river villages to their superstition. At least then the rot would have stayed contained." "The rot was never contained," Reynolds said softly. "We simply ignored it because it grew slowly. That is not the same as safety." He spun on her, but the villagers were no longer looking at him with awe. They were afraid, yes, but of many things now, not just the Hollow King. Some were afraid of Hadron himself. Merritt stepped forward again, leaning heavily on his staff. "We go home," he said hoarsely. "That is my decision. You may do as you please, Hadron of the Dawn, but Dalewind will not march further into Gloamreach today." A murmur of agreement rose. People began to shift, slowly, turning away from the forest. Reynolds snapped her book open again. "I will accompany them," she said. "There is much to record. And someone should watch our esteemed priest when he is among people who don't owe him obedience." Hadron's mouth twisted, but he did not challenge her. Perhaps even he sensed that pushing harder now would lose him what influence he still had. He glared at Valyne instead, eyes full of venom. "You will doom us," he said quietly, "all of us. When the long night deepens, remember this day." "I will," she said. "I'll remember that when faced with a choice between thinking harder and swinging harder, you picked the option that made you feel strong." He flinched as if she'd struck him. Then he turned and stalked away, barking orders to the small contingent of Sanctum soldiers who'd accompanied him. Some followed with reluctance, others with obvious relief. The river villagers began to gather their things. Merritt pressed Valyne's hand briefly, his eyes suspiciously bright. "I don't understand half of what's happened," he admitted, "but I know you tried. Come home if you can. If you can't," his voice broke,
We will remember you as you were, stubborn as a mule, braver than was comfortable for anyone." She swallowed hard. "Take care of them," she said. "I will," he promised. Mirren hovered, clearly torn. "You should go," she told him. "I should stay," he said stubbornly. "I need you alive," she said, "in case this goes badly. Someone has to argue with panicky priests and remember that maybe not everything is doomed." He opened his mouth, then closed it again, eyes congested with emotion. "Fine," he said, voice rough. "But if you don't come back, I will never forgive you." "That seems counterproductive," she said. "Then be productive and return," he shot back. She laughed, a thin, frayed sound. "I'll try." He hugged her then, fiercely, arms tight around her shoulders. For a heartbeat, she let her forehead rest against his, breathing in the familiar scent of herbs and ink. "Don't let them write the story without you," he whispered.
She pulled back enough to look him in the eye. "You either," she said. Then she stepped away before she could change her mind. As the villagers began their slow, wary retreat, Valyne turned back toward the ravine. Orindor and Lyravel waited in the shadowed line of trees, wardlight flickering faintly around them. Valyne crossed the distance between mortal and fey worlds with steps that felt heavier than any she'd taken before. Her limbs trembled, both from the earlier magic and from the strain of the confrontation. When she reached the Dead Root Bridge, she paused and looked back. The procession of torches wound away through the thinning trees, a fragile, moving constellation. The banners drooped. Merritt's hunched form walked near the front, Mirren just behind, head turned as if he couldn't quite bear to look away. She lifted a hand. He raised his in return. Then the trees swallowed them. The forest's hush closed in. Valyne stepped onto the roots. They were slick with mist, but steadier this time. Perhaps the forest knew that dropping her now would be counterproductive. On the far side, her knees nearly buckled. Orindor's arm was there instantly, steadying her. His hand on her elbow felt like an anchor. "You did well," he said quietly. She let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. "Define well," she said, "because I feel like I nearly got everyone killed 3 times before lunch." "You stopped Hadron from becoming a puppet," Lyravel said. "You kept the hollowing from leaping hosts. You persuaded a frightened crowd to walk away from a fight they did not understand. That is more than most achieve in a lifetime." "Also, you did not fall off the bridge," Orindor added, "which I personally appreciate." She snorted, then winced as the motion sent a spike of pain through her skull. Up close, now that the immediate crisis had passed, Orindor looked worse than she'd realized from across the clearing. The crack in his mask had deepened along one antler, spiderwebbing toward the brow. The black veins under the exposed skin of his throat had darkened, pulsing faintly. "You're slipping," she said, softer. "Yes," he said simply. "The hollowing is displeased. It did not enjoy being denied several opportunities at once." Lyravel planted her staff. The sigils around them pulsed in sympathy. "It will lash out soon," she said. "We have forced its hand. It will not wait much longer before attempting a full breach." Valyne's stomach flipped. "How soon?" "Days," Lyravel said grimly. "Perhaps less. Time frays closer to its core. It will try to break every binding at once while you are still adjusting to the bond." "Then we don't have the luxury of more training," Valyne said. "No," Orindor said. "We must go to the hollowing's heart, where it first bound itself to me." "And do what, exactly?" she asked. "Because go to the source sounds very heroic, but not particularly detailed." "Cut it out," Lyravel said. Valyne blinked. "Cut it? What, literally?" "Yes," Lyravel said, "metaphorically and literally. The binding point is in his chest. The sigils that tether the hollowing to him were etched into his bone. They must be severed from both sides, from flesh and from spirit. That sounds fatal, Valyne said. For one of you, certainly, Lyravel said. Lyravel, Orindor said warningly. She sighed. Fine, for both of you, if we are careless. But if we do nothing, the world ends slowly, instead of quickly. I prefer risks with the possibility of success. Valyne rubbed her temples. So your plan is to open his chest, carve out a monstrous parasite whose idea of a good time is turning people into hollow-eyed puppets, and hope it doesn't wriggle free in the process. Essentially, Lyravel said, but with more chanting and fewer worms. The chanting matters, Orindor put in. The heartwood will help. The bond will help. He looked at Valyne. But you must be certain. Once we begin, you cannot pull away. If you break the resonance mid-ritual, it will kill us both and free the hollowing. She swallowed. Her throat felt dry. No pressure, she said weakly. If I could carry this choice alone, I would, he said. I have for a long time. But the nature of resonance is shared risk, shared consequence, and shared outcome, she said, if it works. Yes, he said. What happens to you? She asked, forcing the question out. If we succeed, does the hollowing just vanish, and you go back to being a normal Fey king throwing parties at the edge of the village fields? He was quiet for a long beat. No, he said finally. If we sever it fully, the magic holding my life unnaturally long will snap with it. The hollowing sustains the prison as much as the prison contains the hollowing. Without it, I will age, quickly perhaps, or simply become mortal. It is unclear. Unclear, she repeated. No one has done this before, Lyravel said. The best we have are theories and wild guesses, and one very unhelpful prophecy that says, when the Hollow King is hollow no more, the dawn will have something to discuss with him. Valyne stared. That's it? Yes, Lyravel said. We think the original author was drunk. Orindor snorted softly. Valyne scrubbed a hand over her face. So, worst case, we die and the world gets eaten. Best case, we succeed, kill the thing, and you, what, retire? Grow old? Open a bakery in Dalewind? Your ovens are too small, he said reflexively. She blinked. What? He lifted one shoulder. If I ever open a bakery, I will not settle for a cramped hearth. The bread suffers. A startled laugh burst out of her. It broke some tightness in her chest. You're impossible, she said. So I have been told, he said. Will you still stand with me, knowing that your life may be tied to mine in more ways than magic? She looked at him, at the cracked mask, the exhausted set of his shoulders, the way he still stood between the forest and the mortal world even after they'd tried to kill him, at the bond thrumming between them, fragile and bright. She thought of Mirren's hand squeezing hers, of Merritt's lined face, of children in Dalewind coughing in the dim light. She thought of her own life, measured out in hunts and hard winters and small hopes. Yes, she said, voice steady, I will stand with you. He exhaled, a sound like relief. Through the bond, she felt a knot loosen, one she hadn't known he carried. Then we had best hurry, Lyravel said briskly. If we're going to cut open a king and wrestle an ancient horror, I'd prefer to do it before supper. Your sense of timing is appalling, Valyne muttered. I find urgency clarifies the mind, Lyravel replied. They turned back toward the deeper forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering against one another. The heartwood's distant hum grew louder, as if it were drawing breath. The hollowing stirred too, sensing their intent. It coiled tighter around Orindor's ribs, the pressure thrumming along the bond. It whispered at Valyne, offering her alternatives. Run, hide, let someone else hold this. You've done enough.
She ignored it. She tightened her grip on the stone at her throat, on her knife, on the memory of blue skies she'd never seen but still believed in because someone had loved them enough to sew them into tapestries. Behind her, the world she knew retreated. Ahead, the core of the nightmare waited. Somewhere in between, on a narrow path threaded through shadow and root and old, stubborn magic, walked a mortal huntress and a fey king, bound together by choice and necessity and something that was beginning to feel dangerously like hope. The long night thickened, sensing the coming confrontation. The hollowing bared its many unseen teeth, and the heartwood, ancient and patient, readied its rings, humming an old, deep song of severing and release. The deeper they walked, the more the forest forgot how to pretend it was just a forest. The trunks grew so wide that 4 men with linked arms could not have circled one. Roots twisted together into arches taller than Dalewind's hall. The air itself thickened, humming against Valyne's skin, heavy with sap and old spells. The dimness here was not just the long night's dusk. It was the shade of something vast, leaning close to listen. The long night thickened, sensing the coming confrontation. The hollowing bared its many unseen teeth, and the heartwood, ancient and patient, readied its rings, humming an old, deep song of severing and release. The heartwood's pulse beat louder in her bones with every step. Beside her, Orindor walked in silence. Lyravel moved ahead, staff tapping the ground in a steady rhythm that echoed the forest's own heartbeat. Valyne's legs ached, her head throbbed, and the hollowing pawed constantly at the edges of her mind through the bond, like a hungry wolf testing a fence. She ignored it as best she could, focusing on individual realities. The rough weave of her cloak against her neck, the weight of Mirren's stone at her collarbone, the swing of her pack. "Almost there," Lyravel murmured without looking back. "How can you tell?" Valyne asked. Her own sense of direction had surrendered long ago. Everything here felt like the inside of a maze drawn by a madman. "The trees complain louder," Lyravel said. "They do not like the taste of what lies ahead." "That's reassuring," Valyne muttered. They rounded a final massive trunk and stepped into a hollow like the inside of a giant's cupped hands. Roots arched overhead, forming a closed dome. The heartwood's glowing basin lay at the center, as before, but now a second feature caught Valyne's attention. A deep, narrow fissure in the earth beyond the basin, lined with jagged stone and slick black resin. It plunged down into darkness that seemed to swallow the faint light whole. She felt it before she understood it. The hollowing. Not a piece, not a tendril, the core. Her breath hitched. The bond flared, stinging. The thing in Orindor's chest writhed, eager, sensing its birthplace. Lyravel strode to the fissure and drove her staff into the ground beside it. A ring of sigils sprang up around the crack, etched in light. They hovered just above the soil, spinning slowly, humming in counterpoint to the heartwood. She turned to them, expression set. "This is where he first bound it," she said. "Before the mask, before the armor, before he understood what he was doing." Valyne glanced at Orindor. He'd gone very still. His masked face was turned toward the fissure, but his shoulders were rigid, his hands flexing at his sides, fingers curling and uncurling. "Looks smaller than I expected," she said, because if she didn't say something, the thick quiet would suffocate her. He said softly, "It was smaller then. Just a crack. A bad feeling in the air. I thought, if I could seal it, it would go away." His hand lifted slightly, as if recalling the motion, then fell. "The world is full of things we thought would go away if we didn't look at them," Valyne said. "This isn't the first." He huffed a breath that might have been a laugh if it hadn't sounded so tired. Lyravel gestured toward the heartwood basin. "You know the steps," she said, "but I will say them again so you cannot claim I failed to warn you.
You will stand in the heartwood. You will open the bond fully.
I will cut the flesh-binding sigils, while you cut the spirit-binding through the resonance. The hollowing will try to break the link. It will try to flood. If either of you falters, it may succeed. If you stop halfway, it will. Improvise. Define improvise, Valyne said. Escape, Lyravel said. Or kill you both, then escape. Or turn you into conduits it can wear whenever it wishes. It has options. I suggest you do not give it the chance. Very motivating, Valyne muttered. She shrugged off her pack and set it carefully against a root. Her fingers lingered on the worn leather. If this goes badly, she said, voice low, and someone finds this, there's a letter inside, for Mirren, and one for Merritt if he's still breathing long enough to read it. Could you— I will see to it, Lyravel said, and for once there was no sarcasm in her voice. But I expect to be annoyed by your presence long after this is done, so do not make me deliver farewells. Valyne swallowed. I'll do my best to disappoint you. She turned to the basin. The saplight glowed, calm and steady. The last time she'd stepped into it, the heartwood had probed and tested, measuring her shape. Now it felt expectant. It had already weighed her. It had made its decision. Ready? Orendo asked softly. No, she said honestly, but I'm going to do it anyway. Good, he murmured. I would worry if you sounded eager. They stepped into the basin together. The thick light cradled their boots, humming against their skin. Valyne closed her eyes and reached for the bond. This time it opened like a door flung wide in a familiar house. Orindor's presence rushed in, sharp and bright and worn thin, wrapped in shadow. The hollowing surged too, sensing the opportunity. It pushed against their shared channel, claws scraping along the edges of the connection, hunting for cracks. She braced, drawing on the heartwood's hum, on every lesson they'd sweated through in the glades. Now, Lyravel said, Orindor, bear the binding. He took a slow breath. Bone-root armor creaked. The plates across his chest shifted, then peeled back like petals, exposing the skin over his heart. Beneath it, something writhed. Not a normal heart, no steady red pulse. Instead, a knot of twisted light and dark throbbed under his skin. Threads of the hollowing tangled with his own life force. Sigils had been carved into the bones beneath. Fine lines burned into ancient fey marrow. Some glowed, others flickered. Even knowing what he'd told her, Valyne's stomach lurched. Lyravel stepped closer, knife in hand. Its blade was made from some pale crystal, etched with tiny runes. She held it with a healer's steadiness, not a warrior's. Last chance to flee, she said lightly. Do it, Orindor said. He reached across the small distance between them and took Valyne's hand. His skin was warm, his grip firm. Through the bond, the contact sent a steadying wave of presence. She squeezed back. Lyravel's eyes flicked to their joined hands, a strange softness crossing her face for a heartbeat. Then she set the crystal tip against the first of the bone sigils. On my mark, she said. 3, 2, 1. She cut. Pain roared up through Orindor, incandescent, tearing through muscle and bone and magic. Valyne felt it as if a blade had sliced into her own chest. The hollowing shrieked, a noise beyond sound, furious at the attack on its anchor. It struck back. Shadow flared up from Orindor's bound heart, clawing at the bond, trying to rip it open and flood through. The heartwood's light answered, surging up around them in blazing threads, trying to hold the lines. Valyne dragged in breath through her teeth, fingers digging into Orindor's. Hold, he gasped. You first, she shot back, because if she didn't speak, she might drown in the hurt. She focused. The heartwood had shown her once how their shapes fit together. She called that memory now. 2 notes in a chord, slightly out of tune, but close enough to resonate. She pushed her will through that pattern, forcing the hollowing's rush around and around instead of outward.
It fought. It tried to leap through her into the trees, into the earth, into any nearby mind. Each time it sought a new crack, the heartwood sigils flared, blocking, diverting. Light and dark battered each other, crashing through their joined bodies like waves between tight shorelines. Lyravel worked with ruthless efficiency, blade moving from sigil to sigil. Each cut severed a line of binding, freeing a bit of Orendor's bone from the hollowing's grip, and giving the shadow fewer places to latch. With every cut, the pain intensified. Valyne felt parts of herself fray, patience, fear, old grief. The hollowing tried to seize them, to turn them into anchors. It showed her Dalewind burning, Mirren's body on a bier, children staring at a sunless sky until their eyes clouded. It offered numbness in exchange for surrender. No, she told it, again and again, like turning away a persistent drunk at a tavern door. You are not mercy. You are rot. You're fading, Orendor ground out. His voice sounded far away, buried under static. So are you, she managed. If you let go, it will stay in me, he said. You could live. It will kill me, but you. Stop, she snarled. We are not having this argument now. It is not an argument, he said. It is logic. You have done more than anyone could ask. You do not need to. Yes, I do, she snapped, eyes burning, because you are not just a cage. You're a person. And I am so tired of everyone deciding they know whose life is worth more. Lyravel's knife sliced through another sigil. Orendor cried out. The hollowing lunged, sensing his falter, slamming against the bond, trying to snap it. Valyne flung herself mentally into the gap, widening the loop, taking more of the strain. Agony lanced through her, bright and cold. Her knees buckled. Only their joined grip and the heartwood support kept her upright. You always walk toward danger, came her mother's voice, soft and coaxing in her ear, a lingering trick of the hollowing. You don't have to this time. Let go. Rest. Let the Fae King burn. It's what he chose. And it's my choice now, Valyne said through gritted teeth. You don't get that shadow. You never did. She shoved back. For a breathless heartbeat, everything aligned. Her will, his will, the heartwood's ancient song, Lyravel's precise cuts. The bond blazed white. The loop tightened, squeezing the hollowing surge into a narrower, faster circuit. It screamed, outraged, forced to run the path they dictated instead of its own. The last sigil snapped. Lyravel's knife left Orendor's bone. Blood, paler than mortal blood, threaded with silver, welled up, staining his skin. The crystal blade smoked, little black veins spidering along its edge. Now, Lyravel shouted, cut it free from the inside. The knot in Orendor's chest convulsed. Valyne saw it, impossibly, in her mind's eye, a tangle of light and dark threads, some snarling, some frayed, some stubbornly intertwined. The hollowing was no simple invader. It had woven itself into his life force over a century. We can't just yank it, she thought wildly. It'll take him with it. No, Orendor panted. You must. Cut deep. Take it all. Do not hesitate. That is terrible advice, she said. You have terrible advice. Val. Trust me, she snapped. You started this alone. Let me help finish it. He hesitated. Through the bond, she felt his fear. Not of dying, but of failing her, of dragging her down with him, of leaving the world worse off. I am very tired of being the only one allowed to make dangerous choices, she said. Share, for once. Something gave. He let go. Not of life, not of the fight, but of the need to control the sacrifice. He stopped trying to shield her entirely. He opened himself fully to the bond. The loop widened. Valyne plunged their shared awareness into the knot. The hollowing clawed at them, biting, tearing. It tried to hide in the corners of Orindor's memories, childhood laughter, his mother's voice, the first time he'd held a living crown of leaves and felt the weight of a kingdom. It tried to burrow into Valyne's earliest griefs, her parents' empty bed, her grandfather's last story, the day she realized the sky would never brighten beyond dusk.
They chased it. When it wrapped itself around guilt, they sliced guilt loose with ruthless kindness. Yes, you did wrong. Now, what will you do better? When it fed on fear, they let fear breathe instead of smothering it. When it clung to despair, they lit even the smallest stubborn spark of hope in its face, letting the heartwood amplify that glow. It had no answer for that. Hope was not its element. Bit by bit, thread by thread, they unwove the knot, not tearing it in one catastrophic yank, but teasing it free from Orindor's bones, from his soul, from their shared channel. It was excruciating. It was slow, it was messy, but it was working. The hollowing shrank. It fought harder as it lost ground. It tried one last vicious gambit. It gathered itself and hurled everything it had left at Valyne alone, betting she would break before Orindor did. She screamed. The world went white, then black, then something that wasn't color at all. In that strange empty space, she saw the shape of her own life, laid out like a map. Dalewind's fields, the forest's edge, warm kitchens, cold hunts, Mirren's ink-stained hands, Merritt's tired smile, children's thin faces. She saw another version of herself, one who had turned back at the first illusion, who had let someone else be the sacrifice. That Valyne lived longer. She grew older. She married some farmer's son who admired her aim and tolerated her stubbornness. They had children who played under a sky that never quite brightened. Their harvests shrank, their stories flattened. Nothing terrible, nothing heroic, just a slow dwindling. Maybe that life would have been easier. She loved it, briefly, fiercely, and then she let it go. I want more than that, she told the void, to the hollowing, to herself, for them, for me, for him. A hand found hers in that nothing space, Orindor's. Not metaphorically, not through the bond. She felt actual fingers twine with hers, calloused and warm. We do this together, he said. His voice sounded distant and close all at once. She tightened her grip. Together, they took that last surge of hollowing and turned it. Not back on itself, that would only feed its spiral. Not outwards, that would spill it into the world. They aimed it down, into the fissure from which it had first risen. The heartwood helped. Roots groaned. The basin's light flared. The ring of sigils around the crack in the earth spun faster, forming a whirlpool of light. The hollowing shrieked as they forced it through the bond, out of Orindor's chest, out of Valyne's veins, down into the waiting maw of the earth. It hit the ring. For one terrifying heartbeat, Valyne thought it would blow the bindings apart and explode outwards. Then the heartwood, all of Gloamreach, it felt like, leaned its weight on the ritual. Light crashed down like an avalanche. The fissure snapped shut. The shriek cut off. Silence slammed into place, thick and absolute. Valyne collapsed. The basin's saplight caught her, but only barely. She slumped against Orindor, her head on his shoulder. He sagged too, mask cracking along the brow with a dry, brittle sound. For a long, long moment, none of them moved. Valyne's heart beat, slow and heavy. Her lungs dragged in air. The bond hummed faint and thin, a frayed silver thread instead of a blazing cord. "Is it gone?" she whispered. Her voice sounded raw. The question was not just hers. It belonged to every face in Dalewind, to Mirren and Merritt and all the river children,
to the trees themselves. She waited for the answering hiss in her mind. None came. She stretched her awareness cautiously along the line that had once led straight into the hollowing's gnashing core. Nothing. No hunger, no coaxing, no rot. Just a strange, echoing absence where something ugly had lived for too long. Relief slammed into her so hard it made her dizzy. She started laughing. It came out more like a ragged, hysterical sound, half sob, half joy. Her whole body shook with it. "Have you lost your mind?" Lyravel demanded hoarsely, though there was a tremor of something like awe in her voice. "Quite possibly," Valyne managed, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. "But if so, I did it on purpose." Orindor made a low sound, somewhere between a groan and a chuckle. "The hollowing is not in my head," he said quietly. "Or yours." He sounded astonished. She pushed herself back enough to look at him. The mask, fractured along the brow and one side, shifted as he reached up with shaking hands and unhooked its side fastenings. For a heartbeat, she panicked, thinking the act would unleash something again. Nothing happened. He slid the mask off. His face was pale, his features drawn tight with strain, but the black veins that had marbled his skin were fading, receding like ink soaked up by thirsty paper. His eyes, storm cloud gray, were clear in a way she hadn't seen before. Old exhaustion remained, but the haunted, gnawed-at look underneath was gone. "You did it," she whispered. "We did it," he corrected softly. Lyravel exhaled, a slow, shuddery breath. She pressed her palm flat to the heartwood's basin edge, eyes closing. "The forest is lighter," she said, sounding almost incredulous. "It has not felt like this since before your foolishness." "I will take that as high praise," Orindor said. Valyne swayed. The ground under the basin felt unsteady. "Is anyone going to mention," she said, "that we are both still standing? Because I was not entirely convinced we'd manage that part." Orindor's mouth curled in a smile. "Standing may be generous," he said. "I am sitting. You are halfway between the two." "Give me a moment," she muttered.
"I'll make it official." With a grunt of effort, she pushed herself up straighter. Her legs shook but held. The bond thrummed weakly, but there was no shadow riding it, only the lingering echo of shared pain and something warmer beneath. Warmth. She blinked, noticing it fully. The air had changed. It wasn't immediate, dramatic sunrise. The sky beyond the roots was still dusky, but the quality of the dimness had shifted. It was no longer the suffocating, static dusk of the long night. It had thread in it now, a faint suggestion of color, like the first hint of dawn behind thick clouds. Light filtered differently through the slits in the dome, tinged with something closer to gold than gray. The heartwood's glow softened, no longer straining against a constant gnawing. "Do you feel that?" she whispered. "Yes," Orindor said. Outside the hollow, a bird sang. Valyne froze. It was a simple call, nothing elaborate. A few notes, bright and hesitant, as if the creature were unsure it remembered the melody correctly. It echoed through the trees like a forgotten word. She laughed again, this time without hysteria. "We did it," she said again, almost disbelieving. "We actually did it." "For now," Lyravel said briskly, but her eyes were suspiciously bright. "The world still has other problems. Winters, bad harvests, priests with too much zeal and not enough sense." Valyne grinned weakly. "Let them. I'd like to see them argue with actual sunlight." Lyravel's mouth twitched. "We shall see if it returns fully. The hollowing was not the only thing affecting the sky, but it was a heavy hand on the scales." She looked at Orindor sharply. "You." He blinked. "Yes.
"Stand up," she ordered. He tried. His legs buckled on the first attempt. Valyne caught his arm, bracing. Together they got him upright. He winced, one hand going to his chest. The bone-root armor hung loose there now, its organic locks undone. Beneath it, his skin bore faint scars where the sigils had been carved, no longer glowing, just pale lines. I feel, he paused, searching for the word, lighter and smaller. "Welcome to something like mortality," Lyravel said. "You will find it inconvenient, but clarifying." "Will I still live 100 years?" he asked calmly. "Not in a row," she said. "Not without slowing down. You have been stretched past your proper shape for too long. Now that the magic is gone, the years you borrowed will lean back on you." "How much do I have?" he asked. "Enough," she said. He gave her a look. "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I trust myself to give," she said. "You will live longer than this mortal," she jerked her chin toward Valyne, "but not so long that you can hide behind aeons as an excuse for inaction." Valyne made a face. "Comforting as always," she said.
Then, more quietly, to Orindor, "You won't crumble away in a day, right? Because I have plans." He arched a brow. "Plans?" "Yes," she said. "They involve telling Mirren you're real, preferably while you're still standing, so he doesn't think I made you up to explain long absences." His eyes warmed. "Then I shall endeavor not to crumble." Lyravel clapped her hands, startling a wisp that had been hovering hesitantly nearby. "Enough sentiment," she said. "Out of the basin, both of you. The heartwood needs to settle, and I need to repair the staff before it decides to turn into a shrub out of spite." They obeyed, not quickly, but eventually. Outside the basin, the ground felt more solid. Valyne's legs still shook, but she could breathe without feeling like every inhale dragged in shards of ice. She rolled her shoulders and listened. The forest hummed, but the sound had changed. The undertone of constant strain was gone. In its place was something tentative, like a singer clearing her throat before trying old songs again. "Rest," Lyravel ordered, "then food. Then we decide what lies we tell the next priest who asks what happened here." "Lies?" Valyne asked. "Tactical omissions," Lyravel corrected. "Tell them enough to keep them from doing anything catastrophically stupid. Leave out anything that will only encourage new martyrdoms. Mortals and prophecies are a dangerous combination." Valyne snorted. "Agreed." She sank down with her back against one of the great roots. Orindor settled beside her, his cloak rustling, the broken mask resting in his lap. For a while they simply sat, listening to the forest and to the faint, distant changes in the sky. Through the thin bond, Valyne could still feel him, tired, hurting, but no longer carrying that crushing otherness. The space inside him that had once been occupied by the hollowing was raw, but it was his again. It made her chest ache in a different way. He turned the fractured mask in his hands, thumb tracing one of the cracks. "What will you do with it?" she asked. He considered. "Not wear it," he said, "if I can help it." "Good," she said. "You have a perfectly acceptable face." He glanced at her, amused. "Acceptable? Fine," she amended, fighting a blush. "More than fine. Satisfactory. Whatever word makes you less insufferable." "I will ponder an appropriate level of insufferable," he murmured. She bumped her shoulder lightly against his. Silence stretched, companionable rather than strained. Eventually he spoke again, more quietly. "Valyne." "When the hollowing showed you those other lives," he said, "the ones you might have had if you'd turned away, do you regret letting them go?" She thought of the version of herself under the never-bright sky, tending to smaller worries, loving smaller loves, never knowing what she'd missed. "Sometimes," she said honestly, "in the middle of all that pain, I wanted that life so badly it hurt. But I think, if I had it, if I'd never come here,
Something in me would always know I'd looked away, once, when I could have done more. That would have eaten at me worse than the hollowing. He nodded slowly. "And you?" she asked. "Do you regret binding it in the first place?" "Yes," he said at once. Then, after a heartbeat, "And no. If I had done nothing, perhaps the world would have found another way to contain it. Or perhaps it would have devoured everything in one great, sharp gulp. There is no knowing. I know only what did happen. I cannot untangle myself from that. I can only make better choices now." She smiled, faint and fierce. "You just made a very good one," she said. "You helped," he replied. She twisted the stone at her neck between her fingers. "You know," she said, "I promised Mirren I'd come back if I could. I think this qualifies as could." "He will be insufferable with relief," Orindor said. "Yes," she said fondly, "he deserves it." Her smile faltered, anxiety pricking. "Do you—" She stopped, words tangling. He waited, patient. "Do you think it's safe for you to come near the village?" she asked eventually. "Without the hollowing? Without all that?" "Safe for whom?" he asked mildly. "Them or me?" "Both," she said. He folded his hands over the broken mask, considering. "For them," he said slowly, "it depends how much they choose to fear when the monster they imagined no longer exists. Fear rarely needs a real target. It will make one. Hadron will preach. Others will listen, or not." "And for you?" she pressed. "For me," he said, "walking into a ring of humans with weapons is unlikely to improve my new mortality. But if we choose our moment, I will risk it." She exhaled, relieved more than she wanted to show. "You don't have to," she said. "I could just tell them." "And they will half believe," he said, "which is better than none. But I would like to see their faces when the sun rises." Her throat tightened. "You think it will?" she whispered. He tilted his head back, looking up through the roots. The sky above was still crowded with clouds, but there, on the horizon, if she squinted, she thought she saw a thin line of lighter gray. Less purple dusk, more the memory of blue. "It may be gradual," he said. "At first, a brightening. Then a weak sunrise once in a while. Then more. The world does not often move at the pace of our wishes." "I'll take any pace it offers," she said. He glanced at her, a faint smile in his eyes.
"Then yes," he said, "I would like to see that. And I would like to see it with you." The simple words landed with more weight than any oath. Something in her, wound tight for years, loosened. She swallowed past sudden, ridiculous tears. "Well then," she said gruffly, "we'd better make sure you don't trip over a root and crack your head open on the way." He laughed. The sound was softer than she'd expected, younger. They rested a little longer, until their hands stopped shaking quite so badly, and Lyravel stopped hovering like a fretful aunt pretending not to be concerned. Then they began the slow walk back toward the world. The forest changed as they went. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden shafts of gold breaking through the branches. But the gloom felt thinner, the roots less gnarled, as if something in the soil had relaxed. Wisps floated nearer, curious rather than anxious. Once a fox darted across their path, its coat a bright russet that seemed almost indecent in the muted light. "It could not come here before," Lyravel remarked. "Too much wrongness." Valyne smiled despite her fatigue. Eventually they reached the ravine. The Deadroot Bridge still spanned it, black and slick with mist. The crackling, hungry feeling beneath was gone. The darkness below was just that, shadow, thick with damp and fallen rot, but not reaching up with greedy hands. "It feels like an ordinary cursed chasm now," Valyne murmured.
That is an improvement, Orindor said. Shall we? They crossed carefully, one at a time. Valyne's balance wavered halfway across. Orindor's hand was there, steadying her, even from a few paces away through the bond, a faint tug of reassurance. On the other side, the trees thinned. She recognized the old boundary marker stone, half buried in earth, carved with a spiral and a thorn. It had never looked so small. She stopped there, resting her palm on its cold surface. "I'm bringing someone with me this time," she whispered to the stone, to the forest, to whatever listened. "Please don't bite him. He's had a long day." The stone said nothing, but the forest's hum felt more amused than offended. They stepped past the marker. The quality of the air shifted again. It tasted less of sap and old magic, more of damp earth and smoke and human worry. The silvery glow of fungal light gave way to the faint, flickering orange of lanterns in the far distance. Valyne's chest tightened. "Do you need to go ahead alone?" Orindor asked quietly. "To prepare them?" "Part of me wants to," she admitted. "Part of me doesn't want to walk these last steps without you." "Then we walk together," he said. So they did. The path down into the valley seemed shorter than it had on her way in. She could see Dalewind's outline before she expected to. The cluster of thatched roofs huddled near the river, the windmill's skeletal arm, the worn dirt road leading to the square. People were outside, more than usual. They stood in small clusters, looking up at the sky with the hungry hope of those who had been disappointed too many times to trust their own eyes. The sky obliged them with ambiguity. The gray above Dalewind was still thick. But somewhere beyond the horizon, beyond the clouds, the quality of the light had shifted just enough to be noticed. The air had a faint hint of warmth beyond the bite of cold. The constant dusk had turned, ever so slightly, towards something like early morning. "It's different," someone murmured ahead. "Isn't it?" "Don't jinx it," someone else whispered. Valyne's pace slowed, her throat constricted. "We do not have to go into the square," Orindor murmured. "Not yet." "I do," she said. "I promised." He nodded. Lyravel hung back, melting into the hedgerow's shadow as easily as breathing. "Humans are more likely to throw rocks at one fae than two," she said. "I will watch. If they stab you, I will complain at your funerals." "Reassuring," Valyne said. She walked the last stretch toward the square alone, Orindor a half step behind, close enough that she could feel his presence like a second heartbeat. The murmurs quieted as she stepped into view. Merritt stood near the well, his staff in hand. Murren was beside him, hair more disheveled than ever, ink smudged along his cheek where he'd clearly forgotten his own hand was dirty. Children hovered at the edges, eyes wide. Murren saw her first. "Val," he breathed. She raised a hand, suddenly shy. "Hi." He crossed the distance between them in a few long strides and crushed her in a hug. She winced as her sore ribs protested. "Careful," she wheezed. "I did survive, but not by much." His arms loosened slightly. He held her at arm's length, scanning her face as if to verify she was not an illusion. "You're real," he said. His words broke. "You're thinner." "Well, yes," she said. "Shadow fighting is not great for the appetite." He laughed, a wet, shaky sound. Merritt approached more slowly, leaning on his staff. "Valyne," he said. His voice was thick. "Is it done?" She glanced up at the sky. Out beyond the village, the clouds on the horizon were tinged with something that might, one day, become a sunrise. It wasn't much. It was everything. "Mostly," she said. "The hollowing's gone, or bound somewhere it can't reach us anymore. The long night will fade. Not overnight, but—" She gestured upward. "This is the start." A collective breath went through the crowd. Children craned their necks. One little girl tugged at her mother's skirt. "Mama," she whispered, "it's lighter." "It is," the woman said, as if afraid to say it louder. Someone began to cry. Another laughed, the sound breaking on a sob. Merritt's shoulders sagged with something that might have been relief, might have been bone-deep weariness. "You truly went and wrestled with a nightmare," he murmured. "You Thornhallows." "It was a team effort," Valyne said. She stepped sideways. Orindor came into full view. A ripple of shock tore through the square. People recoiled, some reaching instinctively for weapons, others simply freezing. The Hollow King's antlered silhouette had haunted their stories for generations. To see him standing, bare-faced, on the edge of their well-worn paths was like seeing a myth climb out of a storybook. He could have loomed. He could have played the part they expected, strange and fearsome, the better to keep them away. Instead, he did something very ordinary. He bowed. Not a king's formal bow with sweeping cape and grand gesture, a simple human bow, head inclined, shoulders dipping, gaze lowered in respect. "People of Dalewind," he said. His voice carried easily, but it was not thunderous. "You do not know me. You have every reason to fear me. I cannot change the past 100 years, but the shadow that fed on your sky is gone from me now. I will not be the thing that devours you." No one moved. Murren stared, eyes huge behind the shield of Valyne's shoulder. "You're," he managed, "much less horrible than I imagined." Orindor's mouth ticked at one corner. "I will take that as a compliment." Valyne choked back a laugh. Merritt straightened as much as his old bones allowed. "You are the Hollow King," he said carefully. "I am Orindor," he replied. "Hollow no longer, though the name may stick. People are stubborn." "We are," Merritt said. "You held this thing in you, for us." "Yes," Orindor said simply, "and for my people, and for the forest. I did not do it for gratitude. I did it because when you stand on a crumbling ledge and see others below, you try to brace the rock." Merritt's mouth twitched. "Some would jump and hope the others follow," he said. "They are fools," Orindor replied. A murmur went through the villagers, confusion, awe, skepticism. Someone in the back muttered, "Where's the priest now, then?" Hadron left, Rennell called dryly from the edge of the crowd, where she'd appeared as if conjured. Her cloak was dusty, her spectacles smudged, her notebook already open. "I will annotate it." Valyne waved at her, startled and weirdly relieved. "You survived the march back. Likely longer than they'll survive their next council meeting." "It's interesting, watching a doctrine crack." Her gaze slid to Orindor, sharp and hungry for data. "I would like to talk to you, later, about many things." "Later," Valyne and Lyravel from the hedgerow said in unison. Rennell sighed. "Very well, I'll settle for living through the first sunrise." Mirren tugged on Valyne's sleeve. "Does this mean," he whispered urgently, "that I can say I helped defeat an ancient horror? Because I feel like my contribution involved a lot of standing around being scared." "You warned me about the illusions," she said. "You gave me the stone. You yelled at a priest. That counts." He puffed out a little breath. "Good," he said, relieved, "because I plan to dine out on this story for years." "You're insufferable," she said fondly. "Learned from the best?" he shot back, glancing between her and Orindor. She rolled her eyes and felt her face heat when Orindor's lips twitched again. Merritt cleared his throat. "We owe you thanks," he said, looking at Valyne first, then at Orindor. I don't know the half of what you did out there, and I'm not sure I want to. But I know this." He lifted his staff and thumped it lightly on the ground. "From this day, Dalewind will not name the Hollow King as monster in our stories. We will tell our children that he stood between us and worse, and that a huntress with more courage than sense held his hand while he did it." Valyne's cheeks burned. "You could leave out that last part," she muttered. "Why would we?" Mirren said. "It's the best part." Orindor glanced at her, something like wonder in his eyes. "I can leave," he murmured under the general buzz of conversation, "if my presence makes this harder. I did not come here to demand a place." She looked at him, at the way he stood slightly back, shoulders straight but ready to retreat, at the way his hand rested lightly on the broken mask, not clinging, not quite letting go, at the way the villager's eyes flicked between them, wary and curious. "You could," she said, "but you won't, not forever. You're part of this now, whether they like it or not." "Do you?" he asked quietly. Like it. She thought about that. About the bond, thin and humming. About his ridiculous literalness. About the way his laughter had sounded in the heartwood. About how less lonely her own stubbornness felt now that she'd seen its mirror in him. "Yes," she said simply, "I do." He inhaled, the breath hitching just slightly. "One day," he said, "when the sky is fully bright again, would you walk with me at the edge of Gloamreach? Show me how your world looks without the shadow I put on it?" She smiled, the answer easy. "Yes," she said, "I do." "One day, when I don't have to squint to see the horizon, I'll drag you out of your hall and make you walk all the way to the north pasture. Mirren will complain about the distance, Merritt will complain about his knees, you will complain about my pace. It will be glorious." He laughed, soft and incredulous. "I look forward to complaining," he said. She reached out and, without quite thinking about it, took his hand. It was easier this time. No blaze of magic, just warmth. Just the solid, steady feeling of another person beside her who knew exactly how heavy things had been and had chosen to lift anyway. The bond between them pulsed, not with shadow or pain, but with something gentler. Trust, frayed but real. Affection, hesitant and fierce. The beginning of something that could grow, given time and sunlight. The crowd's buzz faded a little at the sight. Some faces softened, others tightened in familiar wariness. Let them, she thought. Let them take their time. We have years now, not days. She squeezed his fingers. He squeezed back. Above Dalewind, the clouds shifted minutely. It wasn't much, just a thinning at the edges, a slight brightening of gray. But as the villagers watched, some with mouths open, some with hands clasped in prayer, some with skeptical frowns, a single, thin shaft of pale light pierced through and touched the far hill. The grass there glowed, a washed-out green. A child gasped. "Mama," she whispered, "what's that?" Her mother stared, eyes wide. "That," she said, slowly, voice trembling, "is morning." Valyne's breath caught. She looked at Orindor. Tired, scarred, mortal-bound, and still half strange, he stood beside her, face turned toward that fragile beam of light as if it were the most precious thing he had ever seen. Tears shone on his lashes. "It is smaller than I remember," he said, "and more beautiful." She leaned into his shoulder, just a little. "Give it time," she murmured. "It'll get bigger. It just needed a chance." He glanced sideways at her, an echo of that first bow in the clearing, now gentled by something warmer. "As did we," he said. She huffed a soft laugh. "Come on," she said. "You haven't lived until you've tasted Merritt's celebration stew. It's terrible, but everyone pretends otherwise out of politeness." "I look forward to lying," he said gravely. "Good," she said. "I'll teach you how. As long as you teach me how to dance in a forest that isn't trying to kill me." He inclined his head.
We have a bargain then. Their hands remained linked as they stepped fully into the square, into the circle of lanterns and wary welcome, into a future neither of them had expected to live to see. Above them, the thin beam of light grew no wider, but it did not fade. For now, that was enough.